Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Friday, June the 16th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you can hear me, see my screen. That'll help. Hopefully it sounds okay this morning. Had some technical issues yesterday, but I think we're okay today. I just need a couple of yeses. Here we go. Great. Okay, guys. Now, before I talk about any of the individual stocks that are moving today, big hallelujah. Look at XLF, guys. We've been waiting for this for quite a while. XLF, the ETF for the financial sector. Look at that. At the 200-day moving average yesterday. It took a long time, but because remember now, this week here is when the so-called financial crisis and all the regional banks, hit with the Silicon Valley, et cetera, knocked out most of the financial stocks down. So it's been a couple of months, but we're back at that 200-day moving average. And it looks like, and this morning we're in for a nice open on the overall SPY. So let's see if it can hold it today and then start moving up. I believe the only major sector that is below the 200-day moving average is energy, XLE. XLE is still below the 200-day moving average right there. So let's take a look at what's happening, though. We've got a lot of interesting plays, actually. So take a look at space, SPCE. Yesterday we were talking about SPACs, and I was trying to remember the first SPAC, the first really big one, and it was space. It was Virgin Galactic, and I think that was that Chamath. I think it was IPOA. But anyway, if it wasn't, it was. I think this was one of the very first ones that caught the attention. And anyway, Space is in the news today. I guess they're looking at setting timeline for their commercial operations into June, I think. I think they said into June they're looking at, or maybe July, sometime with the first potential flights at only $450,000 a pop. Adobe. So if you're into the more expensive ones, Adobe released earnings. ADBE released earnings. Nice pop for it. So if you're into the more expensive ones, there's Adobe. Is that you, Boiler? This is not traded yet today, I don't think, guys, but I think we should be watching Relay today, okay? I don't think it's traded any volume yet. I mentioned this one yesterday. I have a price alert set for Relay, RLAY, just over right around $13. And of course, the reason is if it can get over that $13 mark, look at the void looking left, okay? $18 on the daily chart, not even the weekly chart. So yesterday had a nice day, of course. It's had a few good days in a row. Taking out 13 would be huge, in my opinion. But right now, it hasn't traded at all. Mr. Chicago himself, Boiler. You're still in Chicago, right? VCIG. So here are a couple of plays that had AI in their press releases today. VCIG. Here we go. So VCIG said it started discussions with FusionX to collaborate on providing services related to AI. So again, companies coming out and just trying to put anything to do with AI in their press release. There's that one, and also WKEY. WKEY also did the same thing. WKEY and SEALSQ to develop AI-based quantum solutions, etc. So again, these AI plays. And of course, then there is AI, the incredibly well-named AI. Well, these guys just struck gold by naming their company or having the symbol AI well before AI, well before it. So that short seller is probably just, I don't know what they're doing now. They haven't come out and reiterated their short sell claim. But, 50 could happen today, guys. I'm not saying it's going to, of course, but 50 could happen. Finger. We haven't seen this one for a while. I remember when Finger was going crazy. FNGR. FNGR was going crazy. Yeah, remember these? This is back in. It's not even a year ago. It seems like longer. This is back last September when Finger had two great weeks. Got up to it got from 61 cents. That's right, 61 cents, all the way up to almost $10 before it came crashing down. Anyway, Finger looks like it's. I'm not saying it's going to do what it did last September, of course, but anyway, Finger FNGR. I don't see any news on Finger. See no news. China stock or Singapore, I guess. Singapore, relatively low float, 21 million in the float. Probably has to take out, let's see, the 253 mark. If it can do that, then, on the weekly chart, it's got room to three. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but I don't see any news on it. ENVX, excuse me. Yeah, this is all about looking left on that for that void. So on that weekly chart, the next high looking left is 1548, so it's kind of there. Got a little bit above that this morning, up to 1568. So they announced some news. They don't release until July, but they're saying that they're going to surpass Q2 production outlook, shares rise. Okay. And when you look left on the weekly chart, 1946 is the next high, so it does have some room. NETI was moving. Let's see if it's still holding its gap. NETI, and it is holding its gap. See any news on this one? Trading higher after the company and okay, so this is a business combination. Okay, not a SPAC, but they're going to merge a stock for stock exchange with a company called Cadeler. COHR. Now, don't let the gap confuse you, but COHR is on the move here, guys. Take a look at the weekly chart. Yeah, so I don't know what exactly happened here. This stopped trading as COHR. That weekly candle right there is last June, and then it started trading as COHR again on that weekly candle, which is September. So I don't know. I don't know what happened here between June and September, but anyway, COHR on the move here. Almost like it stopped trading. I don't know if some other company just decided to take that symbol. Don't really know, but this is on the move, COHR. Now, I mentioned this one earlier, highly risky, of course, but ADRT. Yeah, so this has really come back down. This looks like it could have been anyway. What do I call it? Today's EDTX, another business combination, another SPAC. Now, yesterday's EDTX that gapped up because they, I guess the SEC allowed them a 6-month extension. I don't see any news like that today for the ADRT. And IRBT, I haven't mentioned this one, but I guess this is going to be a buyout by Amazon. And I guess the UK regulators have said yes. A robot stock surges as the UK regulators clear the Amazon acquisition. Now, what I don't understand is why the UK would get involved in this. I thought maybe it's not a UK company, but obviously there's something going on with that. So anyway, the acquisition has been cleared by the UK regulators for Amazon buying out IRBT, iRobot. Guys, I took this trade in the simulator today because we've had some, not so much in the main room, but in YouTube, people wondering, can you take trades in the pre-market using Brokerage Plus? And I just wanted to show, yes, you can. Okay. This I took this trade in the pre-market in the simulator. You can see the execution. You can see the time at 8:18. That's Eastern time, of course. So well before the market opened. So if anybody, those people who have asked me, well, does B plus work? Or I've tried and it doesn't seem to work. Again, I'm just trying to prove that it does work in the pre-market. You have to go in at limit price. You can't go in at market, but like virtually every single brokerage out there. So I decided to take the CCL. I would also keep an eye. I don't think there's too much volume on this one yet, but I would also keep an eye on the GSIT, 32,000 shares. It's been on a great run. This is one of those ones that with that anchored VWAP scan, the anchored VWAP gap fill scan. You can see that purple line on the daily chart. You can see how it held. So yesterday it closed at what 791. No, I'm sorry. This is yesterday's close at 911, but the day before is when you could have acted. Really warming up. This is again, this is called the anchored VWAP from Big Gap. You have to go to our channel bar, dock channel bar, and click on the anchored VWAP channel. Still available. It's still part of the test drive. And anybody, I think it's open for everybody. I believe it'll be open until next Tuesday. And afterwards, then it is a $49 add-on. All right, let me do a quick check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. Not too many of each. And again, in case, well, people outside of North America, the markets are closed on Monday, okay? Markets are closed on Monday. So this is a 3-day weekend. So let me get some of these upgrades and downgrades, not too many of each. See if there's anything interesting. A moment as I reload. Okay, let's see if there's anything interesting. Don't see anything really, but let's get them in. I'm looking for is okay. I see a couple of downgrades for Sophie, though. I do see a couple of downgrades for Sophie, SOFI, a couple of downgrades, Piper Sandler and Bank of America. I know a lot of you are following Sophie, SOFI, a couple of downgrades there. JP Morgan downgrading MRSN. Okay, guys, now let's take a look at the sectors. We're in for a positive open, though the SPY is, yeah, somebody said pulling back a little bit. But we're definitely in for a positive open, probably for every sector. Though I may have to, well, maybe not the energy sector, but let's take a look. So from our toolbar, I'll click on New and then Dock to Channel Bar and go down to the Show More, so I can see all the, so I can get down to my sector status. Nope. Well, not everything, but there's energy, guys. So 100%. So what does that mean? 100% in green. So there's the XLE, the major ETF for energy, and these are the stocks that make up XLE. So when you see 100% in green, that means that every single stock that makes up XLE is above yesterday's close. And just looking at the sectors, yeah, I mean, communication sort of 50-50. But this is the big one, guys. I mean, we've been waiting. Well, I've been waiting for a long time for the financial sector to get at least close to the 200-day moving average. And as I pointed out, if you are just joining this room right now, sorry, that's XLE. I believe XLE is the only major sector still underneath the 200-day moving average. But this is a big hallelujah for the XLF. XLF, look at that, touch the 200-day, close a little bit above it, and we're in for a positive open. So let's see if XLF can start to move away from that 200-day. How do you add the new anchored VWAP window from Mark into? Okay, maybe I'm misunderstanding. Are you talking about taking it out of, and so you can just incorporate it as part of your layout? Not sure I understand what you mean exactly. I mean, to access the anchored VWAP, click on New, and then Dock Channel Bar, and here it is. Okay. Well, there's nothing well, okay, first of all, you can't add anything into the channel, but everything, they're all here. Okay. Maybe what you're missing is the fact that, and we're asking them, oh, wait a minute, here we go. Yeah, okay, we got them to do it. So this is now what we're asking them to do is to change up the default. So now this is Michael Noss's favorite. Okay, but to see all of them, they're in here. You just have to right click, hover over select strategy, go down to anchored VWAP, hover over that. So they're all here. There's nothing to add into it. Okay, they're all here. More importantly to me is taking one out, getting it out because you don't necessarily want to stay on this channel. So that's what I've done. So if you see one that you like, I mean, you don't necessarily want to see them all, but maybe they're like this is the one that I'm really paying attention to. So all I do is I right click and duplicate into a free floating window. And once I do that, it's free floating. Now I can incorporate it if I want into my layout. Now understand, guys, that this is an add-on. I believe it'll still be available free until Tuesday, including Tuesday. But after that, I mean, it's this is a $49 a month add-on, not just this one, but the whole channel. Any new scans for small cap Momo? Not really, Boiler. I mean, I still have, I've got a low float. I don't really look at it that way anymore. Most of my scans, because I'm looking for stocks that are moving, with high momentum, most of them are usually low float anyway. Okay, but I don't have any new scans. I mean, I still have load from the cloud. I still have like a low floaters on the move. But quite frankly, once this market opens, these momentum down and up scans, most of them will be low floats. The only reason because how does a stock go up 10, 20% unless it's a relatively low float? Now, they don't necessarily have to be small cap. But you can take any one of these, like if you want the low floaters on the move and just make it into a small cap, whatever you think is a small cap, just use that filter. And if you think 50 million or less, 100 million or less is a small cap, but nothing new. You're talking about the momentum up and down, these two? It's at my homepage, okay? So if you go to my homepage link right here, click on that. I'm great. I know you showed up a few months ago and then you disappeared again. So if you click on my homepage link and then scroll down till you see the scan section, okay? And there it is, the dock momentum up or down. Okay, dock momentum up or down. So this is what it looks like. Or Momo, most of them are going to be most of them will be small cap just because you're not going to get Apple moving up 10% or 20% typically as a large cap stock. Now, I know this one popped up here. I didn't want to talk about it because it's kind of one of these really crazy ones. I suppose we should maybe watch it. This is done. I don't know what exactly this means here because let's say change their symbol because I do recall this one IMPPV. Unless they've added the V because I do recall this one. So trading as IMPPV a couple of days ago. And you may want to keep you may want to keep an eye on Kava. Let's see what Kava does today. Big IPO from yesterday. A lot of volume already. All right. So after that little wee bit of a pullback by the SPY, look at the SPY now popping. So we're in for a very robust open. I can't remember what happened to this one yesterday. MRSN. Their main Truist is maintaining coverage with a buy and a target of 11 for MRSN after getting hammered yesterday, basically down from 10, almost 10. Good morning, YouTubers. Now, regarding the CCL guys, I mean, this is still pretty strong. Now, again, I took this in the simulator at 1638. I may even take this one in my real account when I see how it opens, how it trades a bit. I mean, it's got room. It's been on a tremendous run, of course, over the last few weeks. It showed up here. The CCL showed up here in this anchor VWAP from Big Gap. The problem is that it didn't. You would have had to take it here. Ideally, what we're looking for, the type of pattern we're looking for, is more like. Oh, I should show you this one, the BPMC. Take a look at BPMC from that particular scan. See how it was holding that anchored VWAP. Maybe it's very difficult on the daily chart to see that purple line. You see what happened yesterday. held it and bounced. So you could have, in theory, the idea would be to take this trade around 61. You put a stop at 58, which is where the anchored VWAP is, and see what happens. There's no volume on this one yet, but the big deal for me on this one was the gap. Look left, $68, 68, almost $69 on the weekly chart. So this became something I didn't take it, but this is what makes this one to me anyway very interesting. The BPMC as a potential swing trade, and I do not swing trade very often. ZZI took a header. ZI, let's take a look at ZI. Well, let's see. The next low looking left is around 26. Sorry, that's not true. 3 days ago, the low was 26.70, so it's kind of there. If there's any news on this one, don't see anything today. Hey guys, just give me a moment, please. Do I know how to use imbalance and trade? I think imbalance only applies to the end of the day. I think for us anyway. I think if I look at imbalances, I don't use it at all. Yeah, I believe this is New York Stock Exchange buy imbalance and sell imbalance, and that's really only at the end of the day. So I have never used it, to be honest. Somebody's asking me that in our YouTube room. Has anyone done a study? I'm probably sure somebody has done. I have no idea who, but I'm sure somebody has done a study versus anchored VWAP versus EMAs. I don't use block trade either, HH. I mean, all these things, we have a lot of filters. And well, that's a real-time alert, isn't it? Yeah, I don't use it. I mean, there might be some who find it helpful, but I don't use it. I don't use very many of our alerts and filters. I mean, we have a lot of them, only because we've got lots of different, we have a lot of customers, lots of different trading styles. Excuse me, but I use very few of them. That doesn't mean, a person is using block trade, or if you can find a way to use block trade and to your advantage, great. But I don't use it. Less than a minute. Okay, guys. Yes, less than a minute for this market to open. So let's have a great end to this trading week. Get rid of this. All right. I hope if I share my Discord screen, I hope. Okay, let's see. Don't switch. How's our sound? All right. Just give me a moment. I'll get the Discord screen up and running. Hey guys, we're now open. Okay, there you go. All right, guys. Again, I do draw your attention to relay. There's probably not that much volume, but I'm really intrigued by what might happen today with relay, RLAY. Well, look at this. The volume, there was no volume in the pre-market really. And now we've got 169,000 shares. So the volume is starting to pick up for relay. And again, the key thing is if you look at relay, look at the potential gap fill. Look at that. This is a daily chart for relay. So the next high looking left, if it can get through 13, is going to be around 18. So I have an alert set, a price alert set just over 13. And let's see if it happens. So SOFI going down on those couple of downgrades. Well, space is, I mean, space is all about the news, okay? So, but yeah, who's asked about that? After hours it hit. I mean, you know the news, right? About space. So they're in theory going to start their flights and launch between June 27th and June 30th. So I was right. I thought it was the end of June. So that's the excitement about it. Now, what do I think about it? I don't know. I mean, it's all the hype right now about will they be able to do it? But if you're asking me ideas, do I think it's going to happen? I have no idea. I do know the price tag is pretty high, $450,000 per flight for 90 minutes. All right, we have a couple. Let's see, NVEI. I'm sorry, a couple on the 10-day daily breakdown, but too early for me to take these trades. I like to wait at least 15 minutes. The only way I would take some of these that are showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown is if they were also all-time lows. But definitely a different day from yesterday, guys, because this window right here is almost full. Yesterday, I don't even think it got full, for the entire day. So this window is almost full right now. This momentum up scan. Wow, look at Pack B. So again, if you're a little less conservative than I am, there's the Pack B at 9:31 Eastern Time, the alert at 12:84, and I got down to, you can see right over here, the low at 12:33. If you're a little less conservative than I am, I just don't like taking trades in the first 15 minutes. Keep an eye on the CCL guys. If it gets back into the 1640s, this could have another little run in it today. Boy, Pac B is really getting hit here. How are some of the other ones doing? Regional banks. Let's take a look at KRE just for fun. Want to see if it's just Pac B or is it the entire regional sector? Yeah, so it is just Pac B. KRE is still fine. There's no big downturn in that, so it must be just Pac B. Could be others, but I mean Pac B is sort of the leader of the pack here on the way down. I'm sorry. I am so sorry. I'm so sorry. I was thinking of the other one. I'm so sorry. You're right. Pac B is not a bank. Sorry. Thank you, Bender. Right, how halted on the way up. So I don't remember exactly when they did their 1 for 15 reverse split, but hey, had a great day yesterday. Pac W, yeah. Thank you, Jay. I mean, yeah, of course it is not. It's not Pac B. Another reason why I don't like trading in the first 15 minutes. Look at AI. All right, guys, keep an eye on next. Yeah, next. Keep an eye on next. It's some room still. This was an AI alert a couple of days ago. Okay. And it got as high as eight. What did it get up to yesterday? Got up to 824. Still has a little bit of room, 845. It can get through that, then nine on the weekly chart. But with the ride halt, let's take a look at where it could open. So there's the halt for ride at 506. You can't see the symbol, but it is ride. This is Brokers Plus. Sorry, Brokers Plus. Interactive brokers. Nothing to do with trade ideas. Okay. So here is the projected open 531. Of course, this can change. You can see it just changed to 535. And if this is a 5 minute halt, this will open at 940 plus 47 seconds. So it still has a couple of minutes. If it's a 5 minute halt, typically they are 5 minute halts. Okay, guys, NETI, after the big pop in the pre-market up to 15 something, now starting to drop. NETI. So this is some kind of a business combination. I don't know when it's supposed to happen, but they're trading higher. This is the NETI, NETI, to the company, and this other company called Catalere announced they have entered into a business combination. All right, CCL actually pulling back now, guys. I was thinking if we could back into the 1640s, but CCL actually testing 16. Now, again, I took this in the pre-market. I don't know if the people who are asking about can Brokers Plus take trades in the pre-market. I've had several questions this week and last week. I just wanted to take the trade so I show you, yes, you can. Okay, so Rye did open, but it didn't really open. What did it get up to 534 and then it pulled right back down? Looks to me like there's a ton of resistance around the 550 level. I don't know. There's no specific news about. Actually, there was some news about it a couple of days ago. I think that shareholders voted to basically squash management's intent to issue some more shares to raise money. I think that was what happened, and that kind of gave it a bit of a shot in the arm. Okay, so relay has not triggered for me yet. Okay, somebody's asking about relay. Again, this is just, I don't know what's going to happen, of course, even if it takes out 13, but you've got to, look at the void. So it's been a decent 4-day run from 10 to 13. But the big attraction, of course, for me anyway, is if it can take out 13. If you look left, we have a high of 1296 and a high of 1306. So looking left on the daily chart, and if it can take out 13, then at least you don't have to worry about chart resistance anymore. All right, guys. So Manu is actually an earnings play, but obviously that doesn't really matter. MANU is an earnings play. It is dropping, but you could say, okay, it's an earnings play. It's dropping because of that. But of course, it's all about the speculation that the Qatari group will eventually, and I think they have the exclusive bidding rights now. I think that's what the news has been over the last couple of days. All right, guys, the first 15 minutes in the book. So now I can spend a little time seeing if I can see anything of interest. Somewhat disappointed in the CCL. Was hoping it would at least maintain the 1630 mark. Let's see what happens. That's a pretty big sell-off. Well, my thoughts are, well, first of all, iRobot is, it's all news driven. You're talking about the two, it's news driven. I mean, the UK has said that Amazon can, in fact, buy IRBT. So that's the reason for the pop. You probably have to look. I don't know what the terms of that buyout is. Is it a certain price? Is it stock? a combination of stock and cash. You'd have to really look. So I don't really know. So that's the IR robot. And then again, space is another one. It's news driven. So my thoughts are I use it like a watch list. That's all. It's not that I'll take the trade right now. Dyson better. I mean, I just use it like a watch list, okay? As I've said, for the last 2 weeks. And so right now, say for the space, so the alert was at 561. So what I'll do is I'll just put an alert there and see if it comes back to that price. I never hop into, I don't care if it's an AI alert or one of the alerts I get from one of my scans. I'm always going to click on it and see what does the chart look like? What's the market doing? Is this a sort of stock that may in fact kind of follow the market? Look at space. I mean, it's really starting to give it up now. Am I not right that this traded as maybe IMPP before and they've added the V? Or am I wrong? I thought this one didn't this one used to trade with that some of those other crazy little oil and gas plays? So edit, guys. Edit's on the way down here. EDIT. Let's see if it takes out 9. But even if it does, I'm looking left on the weekly chart or daily chart. I see that, I don't see enough room. I mean, if it can get through 877, then the next low is down here at around 8. When you start having a delay with your chart, sometimes, the easiest thing to do is just click on your account and do a reset, Leanne. Okay. It's typically what I do. If I find that the charts are loading really slowly, I just do so click on account and then reset connection and see if that helps. How big a delay is it? Yeah, I have to admit it is about that too for, yeah, maybe not quite that. Maybe 2 seconds. Yeah, ride is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. So right now, guys, my number one focus is on that relay, RLAY, in case it takes out 13 on some volume. Okay, that's my number one focus right now. It's not showing up in any scan. Okay, it's just something that of course, we saw yesterday. I had a huge day yesterday, and I thought, okay, if I can take out 13 today, okay, guys, am I wrong to love Simple Minds? My music pumping in, pumping me up here. Little new gold dream. Finger guys, FNGR, FNGR. Is this? Let's take a look at FNGR. Yeah, see, a lot of these, we're still really not in the mode of these high flyers in the pre-market, the low floaters that have good continuation. I have not seen that yet. Not for the last few weeks. Not saying there's not one or two, but certainly in general, I'm just not seeing these ones that really, ripped higher in the pre-market, kind of maintaining and then moving. Not seeing it. Yeah, U is on highs. I do actually have that one thumbnailed. U is on highs. Did have a pullback like a lot of them. So, Leanne, did that help? It always seems to help for me every now and then just to account reset. Thank you, James. It's a definitely pumps you up. You won't hold me to it? Okay. Let's take a look at Tesla. Well, look left on the weekly chart. The next high is 289, 290. So, I mean, in theory, it's got room. I mean, it's been on a tremendous 5 week run, 6 week run, really, 6 week run. But, I mean, the next high is 290 on the weekly chart. Of course, if you don't want to buy Tesla, you can always look at TSLL, a lot cheaper. It's going to look kind of the same. Next high for it is 2025. So on a percentage basis, this probably is it's a better on a percentage basis. If you just look left, TSLL. Didn't you call this one the best thing to buy over the next 10 years, PJ? Didn't you call that TSLL? That was you, somebody in the room. Yeah, NVIDIA has the same thing, JK, NVIDIA and Tesla. There might be some other ones, but NVIDIA has the same idea. And so the flip of it is TLSS. No, it isn't. Okay, so here is the flip, okay? So if you actually thought, maybe Tesla is too extended and all that, and you don't want to short Tesla, you could buy TSLS. TSLS, that's just the flip of TSLL, okay? And I don't know how many other stocks have this going for it, other than I know NVIDIA has the same sort of thing. And I don't know any other stocks. I'm sure there could be some other ones, but obviously it's only for stocks that are really, really well followed that you could have this sort of creation. Well, I'm going to guess. I'm going to guess NVDL. No, yes. Okay, so NVDL. So it'll be NVDL long and NVDS short for NVIDIA. So, I mean, if you wanted to buy NVIDIA, but you thought, man, that's an expensive. I mean, this is still pretty expensive. But then if you thought, well, maybe NVIDIA is finally overextended, so you look at NVDS, okay, and you would buy NVDS if you thought that it was extended and NVIDIA, the stock started to move down, NVDS will start to move up. Well, I guess AI is not going to see 50 today. It got close, but it is fairly steep drop. A lot of things that I have thumbnailed are just selling off a bit. Take a look at CWAN. Don't know this one at all. CWAN. Yeah, well, there's a little bit of room, I guess, but not a lot. I'm looking at a short on this one, but I see looks like there's pretty good support around 1550, so that's not enough for me. Cool, thank you, Pepe. So Pepe put a link in. So yeah, that makes sense that Apple would have Amazon. So here's a link for a lot of the other ones. Again, you're looking to buy or short some of these high price stocks. There are these ETF creations. I see Apple, I see Amazon, I see Google, Microsoft. Interesting, Nvidia is not there. Well, unless it's a three timer. I don't think it is though. Did you see that, Pepe? Nvidia is not listed as one of them. Unless it's, let me take a look at what the ratio is. NVDL, 1.5. So yeah, it's not there for some reason. Hmm. Oh, don't say that, MP2. I hope my audio is fine today. So if it's on your, hopefully, well, not hopefully for you, but hopefully it is just on your end. Maybe you have to do a reset, okay, a refresh. Typically, that can solve a lot of problems. Oh, it's not direction, a Direxion. Okay, had to be a reason. So who are they? Granite shares. Granite shares. Okay, not too familiar with them. No Direxion, but I don't know granite shares. So do they have a list, like a Direxion list? Probably not, but they might. Now here's another one though, TSLQ. What is this one? I mean, this is a Tesla bear, but AXS. So there are a couple. I suppose it depends on what's the volume. Maybe this is just one time. I don't know. That volume is 468,000, and this one. So that one actually has more volume. The TSLQ. Okay, guys, ride on the way here. Ride is moving back now. Ride is moving back. Um, the next high looking left is 553 and then 568 and all that, but this is kind of trading on its own. I'm not even sure this would even be any resistance. This next has been a tough one, hasn't it? In my opinion, it wants to hold 8 and then it pops up, but maybe that 840 area is just too hard for it to get through. Okay, well they've got some big ones, Pepe. Interesting. Well, guys, ride, ride, ride. Ticket to ride. Look at this. I mean, anything's possible, I guess. I mean, the next, fantasy levels would be 7. I mean, the next high looking left on the daily chart looks like it's around 6 now. So excuse me, 555, it got up there. And then so the next high on that daily chart is 6, 615, and then way up here, 7. So a lot of enthusiasm about this one right now. I just give me one moment. All right, guys. Well, that AI is really, I think it broke down through the VWAP also. VWAP is 40, quite a while ago. 4713 was the VWAP. Excuse me. So it is well below the VWAP now. Next low looking left is 4123 from yesterday. Keep an eye on the ride, guys, if it gets back over 550. I'm assuming that is split adjusted. I'm assuming that is split adjusted. They did a 1 for 15 a while back. So I'm assuming that float is split adjusted. So 13 million in the float. It might be an interesting one here. This Huya, Huyah, on a nice 3-day run. Took out the 200-day moving average 2 days ago. But looking left on the weekly chart has room to about 5, HUYA, China stock. Just a minute, please. Well, oh man, I missed this one. The only way I usually take these halts or zooms is if they, yeah, man, oh man. And this is halted again, IMPPV. And I think it happened also. I think the only way I take them is if on the first halt price, that actually when it resumes, it actually dips down below that halt price and then pops above it. I just kind of lost sight of it. This is one that I continue to watch from that, this one, anchored VWAP from Big Gap. Okay, I'm talking about YEXT. Look how it's just sitting on top of the anchored VWAP, that purple line, if you can see on my daily chart, just sitting on top of it. It has not budged. So, every day I'm going to keep watching to see where it closes. And if it really takes it, if it really starts to move away from that, I'll probably take the trade. And you just basically put your stop at the anchored VWAP. Guys, okay, guys, ride is starting to come back a little bit here. If it gets over 550 again, it may run. That is ride, ride, RIDE. I did like now, guys, ride. Just sort of chopping around that 550 mark. Gas, GASS. What is it doing? GASS. Stealth gas. Okay. GASS. Let's look left. Work at the next 350. Looks like the next high. Too close for me. What an ugly looking weekly chart. Chopping up and down, up and down. Topping tails, bottoming tails. I don't think so. We got the SPY down. I don't think the SPY is positive. Sure you're not on a delay, 15-minute delay or something? Because this is all real time. So, I mean, there was the close yesterday at 442 or so, and it's at 441 now. So just slightly negative. Is it green? Wonder why ours then is negative. I don't know then why we would have the SPY being negative. This is supposed to be real time. So guys, ride, 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 ride. So if you took this one, the next level is 6 that it's got to try to get through. If you took this one, 6 is the next level. This is the next high in the daily chart. I actually opened up my option plays scan. I haven't had that open for a while. Somebody was talking about it. I think Tank was using it. A few other people have been using this one, my option plays. And well, there's Ride right there. And I'm sharing this one. This is on my homepage. It's called Option Plays. Again, not scanning for options, guys. These are the option filters that we have. A lot of questions about options. So we don't scan for options as such, but we do have some option filters that can help you identify stocks that you might want to trade the options in. So we have the put call ratio, some obvious ones. We have the put call ratio. This is option volume is the average number of contracts over the last 10 days. Option volume today, obvious. Then we break it down, put and call volume today. This is the key one, option volume today percent. So keeping an eye on this one, the option volume. So let's just say that the stock has traded on average. Wow, look at that, guys, ride, ride, ride. Your fantasy level is, what did I say? 9 or 8? Okay. Option volume today percent. So let's just say a stock on average over the last 10 days has had a total of 5,000 contracts on average over the last 10 days. Okay. If you use this filter, this option volume today filter, and let's just say you add that filter, and let's just say you put 300%, a ratio of 3. For you to see that stock that is traded on average 5,000 contracts over the last 10 days, that stock will have to be trading 15,000 contracts today, 3 times normal. Okay. Wow. Ride, guys. Ride, ride. So, Ori, are you in the room? Who trades options that is in the room? Because I know some have said, this helps because at least what it does, it identifies stocks that are having abnormal option activity. And it can help you trade the actual options. We don't scan for options, but but we can at least identify stocks that are having abnormal option activity. Yeah. So Ori, I seem to remember you use those filters and you trade options, and it helps. Again, for those of you who like to trade options, you might want to take a look at those filters. You can see right here the option volume today for Ride as an example, 9,600 contracts. That's 3.8 times normal. The option volume today 381%. So it's 3.8 times normal that has happened over the last 10 days. So obviously, make the math, trying to make it simple, about 3,000 contracts on average over the last 10 days. So today's option volume, is well, pretty abnormal. And, ride, 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 ride. Now, if you're wondering why it's showing up many times and in different colors, this is the reason. There are 6, call them scans in here. Okay. So moving higher with unusually strong options at 300%. I haven't got the one at 200% checked and 150%. And then on the way down, 300% and 150%. So in other words, so why I did this, when I first made this scan, I don't know, years ago, I only had it at 300%. In other words, I would not see it until it had traded at least 3 times normal in terms of option activity. But what I thought I would do is, well, why not put it at 150%? Because what could be happening is I could be catching them a little bit earlier on their way to 300% and higher. So I thought, okay, I'll take a look at the ones that are at 150%. Create a, and it's easy. I mean, you just put 150% in that filter, And so it's just maybe catching them a little bit earlier on their way to 300% and more, if that makes sense. Now you can uncheck. I decided to uncheck the 200% because I thought, you know what, it's a little overkill. If that makes sense. If it doesn't make sense, I can re-explain it. But anyway, option plays on my homepage. So if you click on my homepage link, so if you click on my homepage link, you'll be brought to the top. This is what you'll see initially. Okay, all I have to do is scroll down until you see my scans. Click here, and here they are, option plays. Okay. Now, do they all work out just like Ride? Of course not. But boy, oh boy. I mean, when you see it just triggering over and over and over again, you can't take your eyes off it. The first alert was at 5:38 at 10:04 Eastern time. Now I was waiting for a 5:50 break. Look at CCL now, guys. CCL back over 16. Where's William? Are you in the room? Because I know you said you were using my option plays. Well, a couple of days ago, I think maybe I don't know if it happened here a couple of days ago, maybe 3 days ago. Basically, shareholders big vote and basically told management you are not to issue more shares for a financing. That was a couple of days ago. See if I can find that. So I think that's kind of what got it running a little bit. Not that it should be doing what it's doing. Don't get me wrong. It's not because it has stupendous news. But you're using you said you're using the option plays, right, William? And I think also, I mean, the EV sector is warming up again. So here on the ninth, okay, this is on the ninth. I'm gonna get, is it gonna load? Is it gonna load? Okay, that's the wrong one. I mean, they received a delisting notice on May 25th. I mean, this is, and then I guess that's when they did the reverse split. Okay. I'm sorry. That's the wrong stock. That's the wrong stock. I'm looking at, for some reason, I'm getting NKL, Nicola news in here in the ride news. And yeah, as Real was saying, I'm sure the memers have got a hold of this one also. I mean, it's 14% short flow percent. All right, running up, RMTI, running up, RMTI. Let's take a look left. The next high looking left is around 5, so I wouldn't be touching this one unless it took out 5. But even if it did, where could it keep going? Let's take a look at a monthly chart. And on the monthly chart, 577, 570, say 580 would be the next high. So I guess it would have some room. It's had a pretty good 6-month run for RMTI. So again, Ride showed up on many scans. Certainly in the race scan, it was showing up. It was showing up on the momentum up scan. It was showing up on my 10-day daily breakout scan. The reason I say this is because people say, "Well, what scan did it show up on?" And in numerous scans. Any stock that's doing this, it's up 50%. Probably any sort of a momentum scan is going to show it, and it also showed up the option plays, and also the 20-day breakout, the 20-day range high. I mean, there's just so many places where ride showed up. So when you start to see one stock hitting so many different scans, you've got to pay attention to it. Now, do they all do what it did? Of course not. But you've really got to pay attention to it. And I wonder if Jamie is listening to me. Jamie's going to be actually in our YouTube room today. Today's Friday. There was a switch between him and Andy on Wednesday. So Jamie will be in our YouTube room on today. I'll be taking my break between 12 and 1. Jamie sometimes listens to me. I wonder if he's listening to me and you're talking about ride. I'm intrigued to know whether or not he got it. Was Adobe on that list of Granite? Oh man, my my sound alert here for the option plays is "oh man." So every time I hear "oh man," I'm directed to this scan. SOUN. Take a look at SOUN. I know another AI play. Yeah, it's got a little bit of room still, I guess, on the weekly chart. 377 looks like that's the next. 366 is the next high on the weekly chart. All right, guys, it's 10:30. So I'm going to go over the stuff you can find on my homepage. But before I do that, I do want to put in this Father's Day promo that we've got going on. War Eagle, I see that you're in our Discord room. Okay. Okay, guys. So we do have a Father's Day promo on. So if you click on the link, you'll get 25% off. Okay. And it expires Sunday night, 11:59 p.m. Eastern time. However, I will have another promo code for next week, and that'll be the test drive promo code. And that actually, I think, is going to run to the end of the month. So lots of opportunity to get 25% off the first month only or the entire year of Trade Ideas. And as always, what I would do if you're if you're unsure about the product, you can try us out for a month. You'll get the 25% off. The 25% on a monthly subscription is only good for the first month. But the good news is that if you do decide that you want to take out an annual, after trying us out for a month, we'll honor that 25% as long as you do it within 30 days. Hopefully that's not too confusing. And obviously the reason to take out an annual subscription is just because your per month cost is lower, but you do have to come up with the money up front. Okay, so there is the promo code to use. Click on that link. My homepage. I keep hearing, oh man, oh man. This is what I'm talking about, okay? In case you guys don't know, those of you who are new, you can put a sound alert on your multi-strategy windows, your alert windows, and use a different sound alert. This is what I'm talking about. I go to properties, click on, and there's actions at the top. You click on the play sound. You can set up the sound. Now you can have one window text to speech, and I say one window. The whole idea of putting a sound alert on a window is to have a unique sound for each window. So there'd be no point in putting text to speech on every window. Otherwise, when you hear her call out the symbol, you wouldn't know which window to look at. So you can have one. You don't have to use it at all, but I know a lot of people like the text to speech. And then afterwards, use the custom sound. Click on the custom sound, click on the select, and we created three folders. Each folder has some sound alerts in them. Okay, and you can choose which ones you want. I think there's also a way in which, if you wanted to, you could create your own sounds, put them in a folder, and as long as it goes into this into this area, I guess the trade ideas alert development 64 sounds into this folder, so you can create your own folder of sound alerts, put them in here, and then you can select. I guess I'm assuming. I don't know anybody who does. We've got so many alerts. To me, it's just not. But I mean, if you want to create your own sound, I guess you can do it. Oh, here's my old man. Okay. So Minim, I just sort of explained. I think there's a way in which if you create a folder, put your own sounds in, and then make sure it gets into that area. I guess you can select. So every time I hear "Oh man," right now it's just telling me Ride is making a new high. I mean, it could have been some other stock. Don't get me wrong, but right now it's just Ride, Ride, Ride. So if you click on my homepage link, give me a moment here. You click on my homepage link. This is what you're going to find. And you'll be at the top here. So again, don't use that promo code. Use Father's Day 25. This is going to get changed. I've asked the gentleman who looks after my homepage to make that change. But so right now, oh man, guys, oh man. And you can see there's Eastern time, 10:37. Every time ride makes a new high, it's going to show up here. Here's another one, except on the way down, Vimeo, VMEO. Oh, if you do take out a subscription, please, not please, you must do the get started. No excuses. I mean, it's a software program. This will run through your download and install, your first startup and login, etc. 10 videos, take you about 30 minutes to go through them. Important introduction to scans and top lists and alert windows. Okay. You have to do that. If you're new to trading, if you're new to trading, we've got a course for you put on by Michael Noss at Trade Ideas, one of the traders, Trading 101. You can take a look at that. I do a stock of the day video. I wonder what it's going to be on today. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning, and it's free. Now, if you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Education section is here. Click on the guide, user guide. Then again, more information. There's the getting started again. A little more in detail about what the alert windows are all about, top list windows, and the stock racing. Okay. If you click on the stock racing, you'll see there are 4 videos explaining it very thoroughly, plus the race startup and configuration. Okay. I'd also look at the price alerts. Price alerts to me, if you're not using price alerts, I just talked about sound alerts right here, but price alerts are so important. Easy to do, easy to put them on the chart. Set a price alert, forget about it. You don't have to keep staring at the chart. There's the getting started again. And here is what I was talking about earlier, the daily support session. So I do take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over from me in our YouTube room. And today's Friday. Typically it's Andy, but they made a switch. So today it'll be Jamie. Before I take my break, I'll put the YouTube link in the rooms. And so you can head over and listen to Jamie. Okay. And last, but I don't think least, here are my scans. So again, if you want my scans, you need to click on my homepage link to scroll down until you see the scan section. Here's the option plays that I've been talking about. But of course, I have a lot of other scans that I am sharing. It's what I use in the pre-market. Pre-market actives up and down. So here are the scans that I am sharing. So if you do decide to take out a subscription, I'd appreciate it if you use that, the individual link that I put in, the Father's Day link, or if you go to my homepage, take out the subscription from there. Also, if you do save my homepage link, you'll have access to all the scans I've got. I do change them up from time to time, and of course, the education section. I actually think there are shorts available for me. Not now. Now they've been snapped up. No shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers for Ride. Yeah, there have been 2 right here. Nothing's really happened from them. I mean, space could come back. That's why I've put an alert at 561. But these are the 2 alerts right now from the AI today. iRobot, I mean, it probably is not going to move very much. The deal about this one is that the UK, United Kingdom, has approved the Amazon buyout. So yes, there are 2 AI alerts. Really? It is the probable reason is that if you check the filter here, you probably have it checked on profitable. No, you should still have iRobot. So I'm not sure what you're doing exactly. Have you got this window loaded? This now, did you close trade ideas last night? You always, I should say this every single day. Please shut down trade ideas. When you go to bed, shut it down and then reload it in the morning. I'm not saying that is the reason, but okay, so you're shutting it down every night. Do you have this window loaded? Strategy trades all. Click on new from our toolbar and then the premium AI strategy trades window. That window, and this is what you should see. Um, Typically, though, if the profitable trades, if you have that checked, now this is just barely profitable, so that's why it's sneaking in here. But you should have these two. If you don't, I don't know why. Okay, so that's the reason you've got profitable trades checked. If you uncheck it, you'll see the space. I would uncheck it. Okay, the reason being is that you should be following space in case it get back up to that 561 mark. Okay, that's what I'm doing. No, I don't know. I mean, if it takes it out, it might have been a little bit early. So all I've done is I've just put a price alert for space at 561 right up here. See if it takes that out again, and maybe it moves later on in the day. I mean, that's how I use the AI. It's a watch list for me. That's all. All right, guys, this has got a little bit of room. Presto automation. I think this is probably an EV play. It is not an EV play. Okay, so forget that. I don't know if it's an AI play. I don't know if they've ever said, "Hey, we're using AI to do this." In the past, it's possible they did, but it's got some room, guys. 520 is the next high looking left on the daily chart and the weekly chart. So it's got some room. Not a ton of volume. The relative volume is only zero point 0.5. So it is an AI. That's what I thought. I thought they a while back when everybody was coming up with press releases saying, we're going to use AI to help our business. And so that's probably what they did on this date here, April 17th. It popped it up, probably reiterated it here on May the 26th. Now, one thing I might do on this window is I might create the don't repeat version of it so that you can see you won't get very many. You won't get, I mean, this looks like it's full, but remember, it's ride over and over and over again. So that's what's causing it to be full. There may only be, look at Space Guys, doesn't look like it's going to come back. So there might only be five or six different symbols in here. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to duplicate the window. Okay, duplicate the window. Look at space. And then I'm going to put in the properties Go down to don't repeat for a day. Before I do that, give this another name. Just put a little DR in front of it so I know it's don't repeat. And why do that? Well, because again, it'll tell me when the first alert was, number one, and see, well, what happened since then. On Monday, not Monday. Remember, guys, Monday is a U.S. holiday. Monday is a U.S. holiday, so the market's not open. All right, guys. So another insight in how I trade, how I look at things, and why I use price alerts. And I should show you how to use the price alerts. I mean, it's very simple. So if I want to put a price alert on a stock, let's say I want to put a price alert on Relay down at 1240. Just I go to my chart, my 15-minute chart. I could do it on a daily, but obviously easier if I'm looking intraday to have an intraday chart. So I just move my mouse, get that dotted line where I want it. So it's at 1241 right now. I right click and create a price alert. Okay. Now, if it's not exactly where I want it, I can of course make the change right there. But if 1241 is what I want, I typically do not put any notes. The only time I put notes is when it's an IPO. Then I just save and that's it. And you can see there's a blue line that appears on my chart. So if Relay gets down to that price, it'll trigger. My price alerts window will pop up on my screen. Let me do it. So I'll show you exactly what I'm talking about. See how it popped up on my screen? I put it right at the price, so that's why it popped up. That's why, all you have to do is get your price alerts window open. There's your price alerts window. If you've never done it before, it will be blank. Create your price alerts and then minimize the window. Just minimize the window. And then when the price alert happens, it'll pop up on your screen so you can't miss it. I always sort on the triggered time column so that I'll see it right at the top. I actually do put a sound alert on this also in case I've wandered away from my computer and so I'll hear the sound. But what I was really trying to say though is this is how I trade. I don't anticipate something's going to happen. So you can see, I had a price alert for RLAY just over 13. I could have said to myself, "Oh, look at this! It's so close. It's going to happen. I'm going to take the trade right now." I never do that. I wait for it to happen. If it doesn't happen, then I just back off. And so now, would I have lost a lot of money if I'd taken this? No, because I would have had to stop. It's not like I would have, let it get down here. But I just find it, but you can chop your account up, in my opinion, if you start anticipating breaks. Why not just wait, let the break happen, and then you can analyze it to see, okay, I see the break happen. Do I still want to take the trade? What's the overall market doing in case it's a stock that may track the market a little bit closely? Did it happen on volume? Did that break happen on volume? So it's not just the fact that I get a price alert. Doesn't mean I just pile into the trade, but I do want to know when it happens. Oh, I mean, this could happen Monday, or not Monday, but Tuesday, or it may never happen. Okay, but there's my price alert, and so if it happens, I'll know about it. Yeah, I agree. I think the SPY is stuck here because the SPY is a little positive, isn't it? I don't know why we're showing it down. I mean, we're showing it down because there's where it closed yesterday at four. It looks like it closed at 442 or so, and we have it at 441. So that's why it looks. That's why it's showing down. But I'm looking at my ID and it shows that it's up. I don't know. I don't know what to say. Well, here's another one, guys. That's Huya that I mentioned earlier. This was on the option scan too. Now, this is why I want to have the don't repeat because instead of my having to scroll down and say, well, where was the first alert? How far is it away from that? There it is, 421. No, it was earlier than that. And 38. No, that hasn't really moved that. It really hasn't moved that much. 1038, the alert was at 420, so it really hasn't moved that much. So this may give us an opportunity now to get into the trade. See if it was earlier, 419. But instead of having to do that, if I have my don't repeat, I can just take a look. Now this is not, had I had this loaded right off the bat at 9:30, I would have seen the very first time. It's showing at 10:38 because that's when I created this window. Okay, that makes sense. All right, let's see. Halt, IMPV. Oh, wait a minute. So that resumed. So it really cratered, and now it resumed. IMPPV. Guys, now when you click on my homepage link, you have to do it. You have to probably refresh the page, but so there is the promo code you can use. Okay, test drive 25. You'll get 25% off. You can use the Father's Day, but this, you can use either. They're both for 25% off. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a link for this on its own. You're extremely bullish. So you're going to have to wait till Tuesday. See if you're right. ASAN. Let's see. Why are you extremely bullish? Next high on the weekly chart looks like it's around 2713. Okay, I think Nettie is showing up for the first time here. I think. Let me take a look. This is why, again, I think Nettie is showing up for the first time as a potential short in the option plays. I think. Scroll down. I don't think it showed up earlier. Yeah, actually it did, but did it move? See, this is the problem. So Nettie actually showed up right at 9:39 at 12:75. So it moved from 12:75. Is that 12:43 now? I mean, that's not terrible. The reason I say that is because when you look left, 11:55 is the low yesterday. Now they're undergoing some kind of a business combination, I think. It's not a SPAC. Well, it would have been a nice short actually, space. Not too many shorts available. Interactive brokers, about 21,000. I'm really warming back up to my option plays scan. I used to use this one almost exclusively several years ago. But if I start using this again, I'm going to get rid of another scan. I don't want to have too many. This so when earnings play starts, when we get back into earnings season, look at Netty guys. All right, look at when earnings season starts again. This will become a lot more active in terms of the number of stocks, because typically as long as the stock has options available during earnings season, you can get some explosion abnormal option activity, a lot of it. Yep, just go to my homepage, Ragarici. Go to my homepage, click on my homepage link, and you'll scroll down. You'll be at the top here. Scroll down until you see my scan section. Click here, and it is right here. Option plays. Okay. I actually think I have that on my channel too. But if you just want it alone, okay, there it is. Option plays. Ah, okay. I just have the one. I just have the one. Okay. So I only have the one. I believe it's the 300% on my homepage. Yeah. So if you want it to look like this, then go to my homepage and go to the option place. Okay. Go back to the home page. Okay, so click on my homepage link. So you'll be right at the top. Okay, you'll be right at the top here and just scroll down, scroll down, scroll down, scroll down. Click on my scans and right here, option plays right there. Okay. Okay. You know how to load a link, right? Okay. I should show people just in case. So if you want anything from my homepage, any of these scans, you just click on the link itself. So let's take a look at the option plays. Just click on the link itself. It'll load into a new tab and then highlight it. I just highlighted it and now I'll copy it, Control C. So now this link is copied and now from the toolbar, just click on File, Load from Cloud, and you see that this link right there, ending in CBB3A, same as this link, CB. So it's the same link. Now, if for some reason it doesn't load, I think in our web-based version, I don't think they automatically load. So if this is blank, you just paste it in and you paste Control V it and then load it. Okay. Once you load it, it'll be on your screen, of course. Now, the next step, because if you do want it, basically, what you've done is you've taken it from my cloud, you put it onto your screen, and then what you should do is now save it into your cloud. Right click, save or share to cloud, save it. Now it's in your cloud. Okay. And remember, if you are part of this test drive, everything you're doing in this test drive, if you have some of my scans or you created some of your own scans, if you created some layouts, make sure you save everything to the cloud. The reason being is that if you decide you do want to take out a subscription later on, it could be a day after the drive is over, a month after, a year after. As long as you use, when you take out the subscription, as long as you use the same email address that you use for the test drive, everything you did in the test drive will be in our cloud. So you don't have to recreate everything from scratch. You just file load from cloud and you'll see everything that you've done. Okay. The other reason to do that is that you can have trade ideas on as many devices as you want. So I'm working on a desktop computer, but I have a laptop, a couple of tablets. So if you want, let's say you buy a new tablet or a new laptop. All you have to do with your new laptop is download the program and then file load from cloud. So you don't have to recreate everything from scratch. Now you can only have trade ideas loaded one device at a time. A moment. Well, that's my fault. That is my fault. I had my mic on mute. Sorry about that. Okay, so vicious. Are you using the large ask size as a as a real-time alert or the ask size filter? I don't use these. So, but I want to see what it says in terms of the help. So which one are you using? Okay, so which one are you using? Okay, are you using the large ask size, the alert, or are you using the ask size as a filter? This one. Which icon are you using? You're using this. Okay, well, let me see what it says on the help. I don't use this, so I may have to direct you other to somebody else. These refer to the last print or current level 1 information at the time of the alert. These are precise values. No, yeah, so I don't know how I can help you. Yeah, I really don't know how I can help you. I don't actually know any of the Trade Ideas traders. I'll ask though, if anybody is using that. Okay, I just asked the question if anyone, and when I say the other traders, I'm talking about Jamie, Andy, Steve, Chris, Michael Noss. Those are the ones who take over for me in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. And I'll see if anybody's using it. How about anybody in the room? Anybody using this ask size or the bid size filter? Oh, it is the alert. Okay. No, I'm I'm not using that one either. Okay. Probably not vicious. I mean, I don't know if we'll have any explanation at all why it's not catching. Look at Netty, guys, why it's catching some and not others. I don't know if we'll have any explanation whatsoever. But let me bring it up again though. Now that you're telling me it's the alert, and see what it says. Oops. If there's some clue here. Sometimes it requires some volume confirmation. So did you read this? Did you actually go to the help? So instead of my reading it, did you go to the help just to see? Oh, you did. So that doesn't help. I mean, no pun intended, but that doesn't give you a clue about maybe why. Hmm, yeah, it appears that none of the other traders are using that one. The only thing I can do is, throw it out to the room and see if anybody else is using, say, the large ask size or the large bid size as an alert, and see what they say. All right, guys, Nettie. Well, even though this showed up earlier, look at that, 1057, 1242, and we know that it is now at 1214. So even though, now when I say late, it's just because I created this at 1057. But remember where Nettie first showed up. We just went through this thing was right off the bat. Yeah, look at that, 1275, 1275, 1214 now. We used to call this one option plays magic. The reason we did that is, man, how many years ago? I don't know where I think that trader was in Europe somewhere. It might have been Italy or Spain. And I created this one, and it was giving us some incredible trades for weeks at end, it seemed. And he called it's your magic scan. So I renamed it Option Plays Magic. All right, NBSC is on the way here, guys. I guess NBSC is on the way. Yes, NBSSC, sorry, NBSC is on the way. Little, not a low float. I mean, not high, but 28 million, so not crazy low. The next high looking left is 480, so got some room. Something is happening with this. Look at all the volume coming in. Basically, there is it's traded 500,000 right now, most of it in the last little bit. If there's any news on this one, I don't see any news on this one. NBSC. Here's another one that just showed up, I think for the first time at 1106, and that is PTEN, Patterson Energy, PTEN. That just showed up, and the next one looking left is 1143. So PTEN to me is interesting. It's through the whole number. It's down for the day. Has room looking left. Energy. Let's take a look at just in general what's happening with XLE. XLE is, I think, still the major sector. That is the only major sector, I believe, anyway, that is underneath the 200-day moving average. Now, let's take a look at XLF. It's possible that it broke a little bit under now. No, it's still kind of holding. Yesterday I had the big day yesterday, along with most of everything in the market. Got a little bit above that 200-day, and it's trying to hold. Of course, financials, big one to take out that 200-day if it can and maintain. All right, I'm going to stick a price alert around 11.90 for PTEN and see if it takes it out a little bit later. And I'll probably take this short PTEN. Again, this is not a recommendation for you to do this, excuse me, to do the same thing. Just pointing out what I'm seeing. I think for me now, is it possible? Would it be possible for Nettie to take out 12? A drop from the high in the pre-market, 15.19 down to 12. So a $3 drop on a, 12 to $15 stock. Yeah, ride is, it was a great ride. Yes, pun intended, but no shorts available. Hey guys, well, let's see if PTN works. P10. Another one that would have worked well was space. No, space. Are there shorts available? There weren't. Yeah, no more shorts available at Interactive Brokers. There were a few earlier in the day, none now. Where was Space first alerted on the short? And yes, I know it was an AI alert. I don't care. It's not that the AI is. There it is, 533. Wow, pretty good. At 947, 533. Opportunity to short. 481 now. This one is drifting down too. It's showing on that option plays, MRSN. It just hasn't moved very much. Yeah, I think the original alert was right around the same price. It just hasn't moved very much. None for me anymore, Leanne. There were earlier at Interactive Brokers, but they've all been snapped up. Oh, Nettie, man, is this going to take out 12? Should put an alert, price alert right here, right at 12. It almost did. Okay, guys, I have covered some of that netting in case it cannot take out 12. I got down to 1203, I think. Was really had my fingers crossed. It would just break down 1204, but I've covered some now. I can't seem to get my VWAP scanner to alert. Well, Bill Maber in our YouTube room, hard for me to know. Now the problem is you cannot share your screen or your link in YouTube. The only way you can do it is to come into the main room. I can give you a link, then I can take a look at the scan. Okay. But unfortunately, you can't paste your link in YouTube. So if you're willing to come into the main room, I can give you the link to it. This is the main trading room, as I call it. Okay, it looks like this. Okay, you'll be in here. There are more traders in here because I cannot help you because I would have to see what the filters are. And now the other thing is that your VWAP, and this is controversial, I suppose. If you look at the VWAP, oh, are you talking about crossed above? Are you talking about crossing above and crossing below the VWAP? Because, and it's a little controversial. I mean, controversial. This requires some volume confirmation. So a lot of people say, "Hey, wait a minute. Why did I not get an alert? Because I can tell right on my chart, or I can see what the VWAP is, and it went above the VWAP, and I'm not getting the alert." So it's because it needs volume confirmation. And a lot of people don't like that. The other one it should be fine within 4%. But again, if you're looking for a real-time alert and you're looking for the actual real-time alert when the VWAP gets crossed, you may not get it. Now, what I've noticed, I have used this from time to time, and a lot of times it's within a few pennies, so I don't get too bent out of shape. Okay, because I'm not in this. All right, go P10, because I'm not in this. If I take something like this, to me it won't matter. Whether it's right at the penny. And let me show you what I mean. I actually think I even have one, and let's just sort of see where they are. My little VWAP scan. Let's load it and see what happens. We do actually. I mean, there's hardly anybody in there, Bill, but I can give you the link to get into but I don't really monitor it very, very much, to be honest, but we do. But you'd have to let me know you're in it, okay? Because I actually cover it up. I only do it out of courtesy there are only about a handful of people to go into it. But so for instance, here's new P, NEWP, okay? NEWP, Here's a better one. ADRT 1255, and the VWAP is no, that something's wrong there. Oh, don't screen share. I want your link. Okay. So all you have to do is right click and save or share to cloud, save or share. So now it's, and then save or share, and then paste it in, control V it in so I can have your link. So there's the VWAP for HUIA at 410. We got the alert at 412 as an example. Okay. But I'm almost convinced that's the reason, Bill. Okay. It requires volume confirmation. If you go to the help, yeah, it used to say, I thought it used to say it in here, but it does require some volume confirmation. So that's probably why you're not getting it or at the price you think. Just looking, I'm just trying to check, some of these to see how close they are. 389, 393. Now, if you don't like that, support at trade-ideas.com, okay? And you can it's been a common question for many years, okay? And just say, hey, I would rather have the alert happen right at the time rather than a volume confirmation. I can't help you. I don't think I'm going to be able to help you. I'm almost sure that's the reason. Okay. Yeah, no, you won't see them, but they are there. Okay, they are there. You won't see them. I thought it was in the help. I really did. I thought it was in the help, but it is not there. But that is almost the reason. It won't be in your configuration. Okay, it won't be in your configuration where you put it in, but it's the same reason when people ask about, well, wait a minute, I'm using your SMA crosses, like the period crosses, and I see that it's crossed, but I'm not getting the alert until, maybe, I don't know, 5, 10 seconds later. Another one that requires volume confirmation. I mean, sometimes that's not the worst thing because, it crosses the VWAP on, two shares, and then it comes right back down again. But all I can say is that, go to support at trade-ideas.com and say, hey, how come I'm getting these late VWAP alerts? I'm pretty sure that's what they're going to say. They sent you here. Well, assuming that is the reason. So when you're getting the alert, you're clicking on it, and is that what you're seeing though? You know, that the VWAP is not the same as when you get the alert. I mean, is that the reason? Again, guys, I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Okay, well, and if you can give me the link, I can take a look at it. And if I can't figure it out, Jamie will be there in about 20 minutes. I just need to see the link. Even if you just come into the well, I gave you a Discord link. I don't know where you are though. I don't know if you guys, okay, here is an IPO just launched. Yeah, you can't do it in YouTube though, Bill. That's what I was trying to say. You can't do it in YouTube. You can't post links in YouTube. You have to either go into Discord or come into the main room. It's not because we don't want you to be able to. 1 million at 7. So where did it open? BOF. Where did it open? Okay, so remember what I was saying. So this was the IPO, the suggested IPO price of 7. So it did not open. So there's no enthusiasm right now for this one. Okay, it's just open. What I'm going to do though is stick a price alert at the high right now and see if it takes that out. And then if it later on, if it does take out 7. Yeah, this is not our limitation on, I mean, it's within YouTube. I mean, maybe it's possible that I think it's out of protection though. You know, YouTube is basically free. Anybody can come in and who knows what people will post, if you get my drift. Not post, but you know, put a link in. Okay. So you pick one of the tabs, maybe the TI questions or not TI questions, and maybe go to general market. Appears that it's open. Okay. There are a few tabs there. I think if you go to general market, somebody's posted in there, so I know that is open. This is what I'm talking about right there, general market. Okay, so put the link in there. You can't do it in YouTube in I'm surprised. I thought I've seen people well, maybe you can't do it in Discord either. So I'm sorry to, this is I know probably frustrating for you. Just come into the main room then. Even if you just have to come in and you don't have to stay because you can definitely post links in the main room. I don't know why you can't post a link in Discord. Pepe, can you post links in Discord? In our Discord room? I mean, can you post a link? I know I can, of course, but I haven't really seen anybody post links, but I haven't obviously I haven't really I don't really follow it. Pre-market active zone. Oh, I see. Okay, I've got it unlocked. I see. I okay. Let me, thanks, Pepe. So if you go to pre-market actives, even though, that's a crazy place to put it, you can put it in there. I see. Slash unlock. I think I just unlocked a few of them. I think I've unlocked them all now. Okay, there you go. Now, where's your link though? Oh, I need the link. Okay, I'm sorry. I need your, yeah, you see, I need your link. I don't need a screenshot. You know how to give me a link? I can actually load your scan. I mean, I can see what you posted, but that's not going to help. I need a cloud link. Ah, there we go. Okay. Finally. Okay, now I can take a look at it. Are you crazy, PJ? SDA? That would be the Wild West. All right. Oh, I know, but I mean, this is 1.5 million in the float, China stock. I mean, you're right. Take 50 shares or something and see what happens, perhaps. Okay, so here is your VWAP scan that I'm seeing. Okay, so at 11:42, and this is what you see in the description. There it is, crossed above the VWAP. So what are you not seeing? You're saying you're not getting any alerts, but I can see right off the bat you got this one at 11:42. And if you do you're looking at the history. But what is not happening for you? Because I'm looking at the history and I can see the price here, and there is the confirmation price right there. So sometimes, there's 349. The alert was at 353. So what is not happening then for you? I thought you said you weren't getting any alerts at all. Oh, I've got to. Oh, so it's a okay, very specific one, like SON. And Now, I may not be able to help you, okay, because somebody else at Trade Ideas may dive into it a lot more than I will. But let's just take a look at SONN, just out of curiosity. Now, 7:30, are you talking Pacific time? So in other words, 10:30 Eastern time? Okay. Okay. So obviously SONN was up at least 1%. So that filter is fine. Now it's at 2%, no more than 2%. So 70 cents, $20. Okay. So that's fine. Did you actually do a rough calculation of 2%? It was not more than 2%. It's the only thing I can think of. Yeah, I'm not sure about working in the pre-market though. I'm not sure. I mean, I know we have VWAP in the pre-market, but I'm not sure that that work that okay. But you were talking 7:30 Pacific time. So the market's been open for an hour. So off the top of my head, I don't know how I can help you really in terms of that very specific one, SONN. 'Cause of course that VWAP will have changed over the course of the day. So I can't rely on that being the VWAP at the time where you thought the alert was going to happen. Okay, well then there's got to be it's the only thing I can say is that it's this confirmed by volume. That's the only thing I can say that it was not confirmed by volume. It's going to be impossible for me to it would literally be a development thing to say, okay, you don't want it confirmed by volume. I know they sent you here, but I don't think I can help you. I mean, I'm seeing the alerts happening, so I thought you meant you were getting no alerts at all. But again, it's a confirmed well, that's why I was saying support at trade-ideas.com. Okay. I think the idea was, okay, if it crosses the VWAP on 10 shares, is that a big deal? No, I know they sent you here. I know they sent you here, but I don't have an answer for you. Why does the developer, well, not the developer, but why is it like that? That it needs a confirmation by volume. It just is. Oh, Pepe, who is my, so he said it was your distance from the VWAP, the 2%. He actually did the calculation. That's why I was asking, did you actually do a calculation? Oh, it must have been above 2%, is what you're saying, Pepe, in that particular case? Remove the 2% and it will show. Let's do it. What was the symbol again? Went in. Okay. Thank you. You know what? And 33. Thank you. There it is. Okay. 1033. So that was the problem for that one. Okay. For that one anyway. Your little 2%. That's why I asked you, did you do a rough calculation, for 2% to make sure it was within the 2%? So there's an answer. Okay. Thank you, Pepe. Okay, guys, what time is it now? 11:51. So I'm gonna check to see if it's Jamie. Okay, guys. So in about 8 minutes, I'll be taking my break. Still hanging under this P10, guys. Nothing really has happened. Obviously, I'm completely out of the netty now. Did not break through 12. Um, just hanging onto the P10 to see if it has a further move down. It's basically where I shorted it. So I'm just going to hang on and see what happens. I have an alert set down here on 1180. Again, the reason I'm doing it showed up on the options scanner, but the main reason is because when you look left, it has about 50 cents down to the next low. So that would be enough room for me. I put a 10-cent stop on it. Do I have a reasonable expectation of making 20 cents? Well, from 1190 down to 1170, yes, because the next low was 1140. So that is why I would take the trade, or did take the trade. Okay. Well, Harry, you can go back. You can go back. You don't have to use, if you right click on the chart, you don't have to use this use browser interface. If you uncheck it, then you'll go back to the charts you're used to. Okay. If you can hear me, hopefully you can hear me. Okay. So yeah, you just have to uncheck that. There is actually a way in which you can kind of do it universally. I think if you go to tools, options, and charts. Okay. So if you uncheck that, then all your charts will go back to what you like. So again, tools, options, and then go down to the chart section and you just uncheck use picture in picture browser charts. Okay. Yeah. Well, ultimately, we're trying to get our program so that the web based so that it's a web based product that has basically the same functionality of the downloadable application. These HTML charts is a first step. The problem is that I've found is that and as Pepe found, they take a lot of resources. And there were some little things, when I was trying to type into the chart, sometimes it just, that little pop-up wouldn't happen. I'd have to click on an alert and then start to type things like that. So until all that is rectified, I'm just going to stick with the so-called old charts. But ultimately, and they're working feverishly trying to make all these fixes. And it is Jamie. It is Jamie. What time is it now? 11:55. So it is Jamie going to be in our YouTube room. So what I'm going to do now is just put the YouTube link in so you guys can head over and listen to Jamie if you'd like to for his hour. Now, the only problem, Fausper, you can hear me obviously in Discord. I really don't pay that much attention. I think there's a way in which if somebody posts something, I can hear it. I think, but there's only about 4 or 5 people, so I don't actually have this visible. I have it hidden behind something. It's just It's just sort of a favor, I suppose, to people who are wanting to just to listen in Discord. All right, guys, let me get my announcement in. My cat is pawing at me for food. Just give me a moment. Hey guys, I'm going to put myself on mute now in the main room and in Discord, and I'll keep the other room open, of course. No, I won't mute that. And guess what, Pepe? Don't worry, I'm not going to switch when I come back. All right, so there he is. Hi, Jamie. I think I heard a little pop. That means you're in the room.
Hi, Barry.
Hi, Jamie.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good, good, good. I have a special request today because, I switched with Andy. And I
Yes.
had something else on the books today, which involves helping someone move. Boo. Um, but anyway, you think you might be able to take the mic back at 15 till today?
Oh, of course. Of
Okay,
course.
perfect. I
Even
appreciate that.
earlier. Even earlier. I'm just going to have a little workout for about 15 minutes. So, I'll come back in, and when I come back in, if you want to leave almost immediately when I come back in, go for it. Okay.
Well, I appreciate that, sir. Let me go ahead and get the screen from you here.
Okay.
But I heard you talking. I've been a little spotty today. Um, About big offers or something like that? Did somebody have a
Well, somebody had a question about, well, I posted in our Slack channel, does anybody use the large bid offers either as a filter or as an alert? And
okay.
everybody said no. Well, everybody.
Yeah.
Steve said
Okay.
no, Michael said no, but as he says, they're all fake. Michael though, he says they're all fake.
Well, I do have something. Is the person still in the room?
Let's see. It was in our main room. So is the person still in the room who asked me about large bid and asks? Let me just
But but to the comments of they're all fake. Hey, it's all fake. What you see might be there. And in one instant, it might not be there, but different strokes for different folks.
Okay, I don't see him in, but too bad because I would just direct him over to YouTube, and you could explain how you're using it if you do use it.
I do have one top list window that I pay attention to,
Hmm.
and it's not like it's a gold mine or anything, but every once in a while you will find something that is, let's just say, interesting.
Okay. Okay. I don't see he hasn't answered me, so he may have left. He
Okay,
may have
no
left.
worries at all. I'll see you back here when you get back.
Okay.
Okay,
Thanks,
bye.
Jamie.
Mhm.
Bye.
All right, ladies and gents, one moment, please. All right, let me just get my pluma here in case I need to do any horrible markups. So welcome to my desktop. Happy Friday to everybody out there. Hello to all you regular attendees, and if you are part of the test drive and you're new to the Trade Ideas experience, welcome. This is the hour that we allocate for the live support session while Barry takes his break every Monday through Friday at the same time, 12 p.m. Eastern. So if you have any questions about the software, use the questions panel to get them out there. Hello, Iris. Any charts to look at? I did hear Barry talking about this little guy right here today, Ride, right? Unfortunately, I did not ride today. I had several other things demanding my attention, like our new little thumbnail charts there. But wow, well, no pun intended here. What a ride it had. Nice little swoon down on the open, and then boom, breaks that opening range there. Right about 535. Takes a run up to almost $7, but about a buck and a half in ride. Um, Wish I would have seen that one earlier, but I did not. I hope some people in the trading room took advantage, though. I'm sure a couple of individuals were in there on that one. Now, what has been dominating most of my time all day yesterday and today is Boyle. This thing has went absolutely nuts over the past couple of days. We can see over here, it was kind of, in the doldrums. Still does a lot of volume, ETF for the natural gas. But boy, look at yesterday right here. And then today, where does it stop? Nobody knows. But if I had to guess, it'd be somewhere right around here. Give me 1 second here while I silence my phone. Okay. But this thing has just been, it's been a great mover for an ETF that's nice and liquid. So we'll see if it continues. I'm sure it'll die down at some point, but boy, lots of shares I've traded in that one over the past couple of days, even this morning as well. Hi there, Pioneer Club. Um, Missing out on the ride, but I tell you what I did get a piece of today. I also heard Barry talking about this one. Boy, space, or I like to refer to it as spice, right? Look at this little level right here. Of course, my lines are still messed up. As soon as that broke, boy, it was just off to the downside races. And I did get a little piece of that right here. Didn't get out at the bottom, but I got out about right here. Left a little money on the table, but hey, that's okay. That is okay. That's one of my favorite stocks to keep an eye on. And you might be saying, well, where did it come from? My liked highs and lows here, which is pointed to a custom list. Of course, down here, I've got my turbo breaks up and down. That's just looking at the entire market. But Spice, if we do a little field work here, and I did have to swap my layout, so hopefully I didn't mess anything up here. And what do we got here? Right about 9:45, and you can see, well, that's not the right arrow. That is the 840 arrow, so I don't know why it's putting my arrow there. Well, that's a little odd because anyway, I don't know why it's putting my arrow here. I've got some glitchy charts. I also can't currently drop a line, but that's okay. In any case, 9:46 Central Standard Time, right? So 10:46 Eastern is where we had this break here, right here. In any case, missed the ride, but got a little ride on Spice. Took the downside elevator. Happy Friday to you, Perfect Circle. Is the market ever going to pull back? I've been asking that question for a while now. Let's just take a look. Let's zoom out a little bit. Okay. Here's what we have going on the daily here. So a little bit of sloppy chop right here seems to be acting as a little bit of supply for now. Of course, we're not doing really, you know, anything on these smaller time frames, and it is a Friday in the summer, right? So one of two things is going to happen. Could be today, might be Tuesday. Keep in mind that the next Monday, the markets are closed. So don't show up wondering why Trade Ideas is not working because the market is closed Monday. Now, we could get rejected here and spend a little time in this region right here, right? That's always a possibility. Chop around in here. The other possibility is whether it's today or Tuesday or any day next week, we get a close up here. Well, then we've established a new level, which could potentially act as support. And of course, if it does get frisky, this is where I would look to next, assuming we get a close up here. All right. Might chop around here for a while, might get a close up here and make this our new home. We'll just have to see what happens. But as far as big down days, I mean, down weeks, just look at these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. About 3 months worth of just upside and sideways chop before we took that last little pop here. So we shall see. I've been hearing the lamenting of a couple of friends who are just, they love to short sell. That's their game. And needless to say, it's been a little bit more difficult. So I get to hear all the trappings, all the psychological ramblings, oh, this market's so tough. No, you're just unwilling to bend your perspective on the markets. If the shorts aren't there, you can't force them, which leads me to the psychology of trading because it doesn't really matter if you're a seasoned pro, a beginner, or somewhere or anywhere in between, you will still get stubborn from time to time. So, like Bruce Lee says, be like water, form to the container. Even though you don't like going long, when that's all that's on the table for the most part, you either better go long or you better stay out. Yeah, let's see. Where'd my AI window go? I neglected the AI today. Yep. That's why my arrow was dominated by that's why my arrow was overwritten by the AI. Okay. Because I guess the AI arrow takes precedence there. Call the long at 561 and don't have to tell you that that did not work out. That's a pretty juicy stop for a $5 stock, 62 cents. Interesting on the space right here, right back down to that 200-day moving average. And I never even bothered to look why the stock gapped up. Don't really see anything too pressing here. Let's see. Richard Branson's, space outfit, space tourism, all that good stuff. But what a fall from grace. 60-ish, now residing much less than 10x. Well, that's good to hear, BB. A short, long profit because I got in a little after the alert. That brings up a good point. You'll hear Barry say the same thing. You'll hear Michael. You'll hear Varley, Andy, and Steve as well. And of course, I agree with this that the AI window is, to me, it's just another alert window. It's just different in the capacity that all the trades that it's generating have statistical viability on their side. So I treat the AI calls just like I would anything else. I look at the play, I size it up. Do I like it? Then I'll take a piece of it because I know that it looks good and conducive to what I look for on a chart. And then it has the statistical viability behind it. And that's the way that I would recommend everyone use the AI. A lot of people get a little too excited and think they should automate it. But if trading were that easy, we'd all just be running our bots, counting our money, and, too good to be true. Sounds too good to be true. Typically, it is. IRBT was not too bad, though, in the AI. Now, this would have been more up my alley had I seen this in a timely fashion. We had some downside, but we got this nice consolidation. We got this little green guy right here giving us a little tell, right? Hey, nice little wick on the bottom. Sellers couldn't maintain control. Then we get the next candle higher, and then boom. So we know, we could have easily used that low right there, a penny outside that wick, to take this trade here. 50.25. Let's see what the low was there. 49.50. So you'd still have to risk about 75 cents, making this play right here, but it would have paid off well for you as a trade around from the AI, or not necessarily a trade around, just a decent signal. Whereas space, completely different story. Big gap up, seller here, topping wick, bottoming wick. That doesn't really tell you anything. These topping wicks give you a little, psst, hey, they couldn't maintain control up here. They couldn't even maintain it here or here. Wicks can often act as, downside harbingers, right? So just didn't look like the best thing. Looked nothing like what we saw in IRBT. You don't have this cozy little consolidation here. Mike C. Long time no see, buddy. Well, I was talking about that earlier. The spice, when this opening range break, and the only reason I really knew about this one, I wasn't targeting SPCE because of the gap. I don't really care about gaps. I like downside gaps more because I like to target stocks that are down for some reason or gapping down for some reason. That typically means things aren't so good. I don't play the gap retracement game to the up or the downside. But when it comes to gaps, I pay attention to stocks that are gapping down because, well, I also like to short sell. And then we get to see if that seller remains, has more stock to get out of, then those can be nice downside movers. But in the case of SPCE, I didn't see it till it broke that low right there, about 9:45 my time, coming through my new lows ticker. And then it was just boom, boom, boom. Spice is easily shortable. It looked good. Everything, the order book looked good. The prints looked good. And it was just, I mean, these are great trades. No elbows thrown. Once I made my entry, I was profitable the entire time. So SPCE was definitely my favorite trade of the day, short. But as I was telling everyone else, I've traded a ton of Boyle this morning, and boy, I mean, a whole lot of shares. I threw around a Boyle yesterday. So if we just kind of look at yesterday's action, I mean, this thing was just boogieing all day. That's the 16th. Okay. Went out a little too far there. But you can see this is all day yesterday. And then the continuation today. I mean, what really got my attention is this opening range break. Boyle's hitting highs. I'm like, wow, this thing moved. Let's see here. In that 1 15-minute candle, we went from 286 to almost $3. That's a huge move from Boyle. And then it was just very liquid, trading that thing for a penny here, 2 cents there, 3 cents there yesterday, and has continued this morning to be just a great trading mechanism if you like that type of action, which everybody here kind of knows what my game is. I'm a predominantly an intraday scalper. All right. Um, Playing, reading the tape, trading the order books, pure momentum for as much as I can get. Now, having said that, do I still do some swing trading? Yes, but I reserve that type of activity for my IRA account. Longs only, of course, because you can't short in an IRA. Well, Iris, it's the same old methodology. The question is, how do I find the best stocks to short? Okay. Well, you know, I'm not a one-trick pony. I got a couple of tricks in my bag, but they don't really ever change. The spice here was a complete, you know, all I saw was SPCE come through my liked lows, right? And let me count these up real quick here. You can see they're also in this top list here, right? Look, there's spice right on top. I sorted by relative volume. Wow, that's some, look at that volume, right? I mean, we're still at 17. We're still raging at 6 times normal 5-minute volume. You know, 246 million shares in the float. I haven't traded the float today because it's such a large float. Still cranked out 105 million. So all I did is I saw SPCE come through my new low ticker right here, and I'm like, ooh, Jamie Likey right here. Now, did I know it was going to be so smooth and nice? No, I didn't. But I liked what was happening here. I'm also very familiar with the stock SPCE, as well as all of the other stocks that you see in this top list here. Okay, so this is my little universe right now. Notice it's not very big, right? Keeps me plenty busy. And I've curated this list over, I don't know, December, January, February, March, April, May, June, over a 6-month period. Okay, and I'm constantly weeding things out that I no longer like to trade. Like I need to really weed ZH out because I don't trade it very much anymore. Yesterday, Tel had some pretty good moves in it. All right. I don't know who was talking about big offers. Okay. But right here, yesterday, I looked at my big offer top list and I know what stocks usually show up there, right? It's the same old usual suspects, which I typically, who cares if that stock has a big offer? But then every once in a while, you'll see one that you're like, hey, he's a visitor. And that was Tel yesterday. So, Tel had just, make sure I'm on the right day. Yeah. Okay. This is yesterday. Okay, Tell broke its pre-market range, went from 126 up to here. All right, 134. And of course, I stretched my chart out, but this is what I'm talking about right here. And there was a humongous offer and not so many shares on the bid. So I could use that large offer as protection, even though I know people say you can't trust them. Yeah, any quote that you see can be gone in the snap of a finger, snap of the fingers. But that one apparently was real. Um, got a nice little sizing of shares and was able to capture this move. Right. To most people, this might not even be attractive. Oh, big deal. You got short at 133 and you covered at 131. But when you're in 10,000, that's a couple $100, right? So, everybody's perception of the markets and everybody's methodology is a little bit different. I just come from the old school, and that's the way that I like to do it. Leanne, I see your question now. Do you read level 2 data? And yes, the answer is yes. Let me tell you a little story about that because a lot of people, including myself, up until I don't know, maybe last October, didn't care about level 2 data because myself, Steve, Andy, Dan, Brad, um, all of us older gentlemen here at Trade Ideas. Spices. Wow, breaking new lows again. Look at that. And it's telling me if it keeps going, it might have 53 more cents in it. So interesting. Um, we all cut our teeth on the trading side of the markets back in the we started in the mid 90s, 95, 96. Okay. Had spent 4 years prior on the retail side being a broker, but really disliked it. And I just wanted to trade. I didn't want to deal with people. Just wanted to sit here and hopefully make my money and not to deal with any people and just be a trader. So that's how we all met. Trading we had to go to an office back then, and we were all capitalizing on the SOES system, SOES. Okay, stood for Small Order Execution System. It was the system that was designed after the market crash of '87 to protect small investors. But it just kind of sat on the shelf and nobody ever really used it. And then one guy figured out, hey, I can use this system to my advantage. And maximum execution size was only 1,000 shares, but you could immediately execute against a bid or an offer. And the markets looked a lot different back then. We still had fractions. But once you got the hang of it, and keep in mind, it still wasn't quote unquote easy, but if you had the aptitude for it, um, it was a great era. Okay. From 95 up to 2001, those were the golden years. And we all did quite well until they said, hey guys, we're going to kill the SO system or we're going to replace it with super SOs. And their selling point was, on SOs you can only execute up to 1,000, but see on this new system, Super SOs, you can execute 999,000 shares. And we're all like, okay, whatever. Needless to say, what they did is they killed a niche market. They took control back, and that was the end of scalping in that environment. So the skill set that we had all spent 5, 6 years honing and perfecting and all that was immediately rendered useless. So that was back in 2001. Um, and so sayonara, bye bye. Um, it's over, right? Now, here's the interesting part. I think it was around 2019 when the bigger firms like Thinkorswim, Ameritrade, which is now Schwab, had to follow the lead of Robinhood because they were losing so much market share to them because they pioneered, hey, you can trade on your phone, and guess what? By the way, no commission. And of course, everybody had to hop on the no commission bandwagon. Well, it didn't really hit me at the time, but after I started exploring in the latter part of last year, I realized something. You give me a robust platform, give me level 2 data and time and sales. And guess what? My skill set is valid again. Hold on one second, ladies and gents. All right, ladies and gents. Sorry to interrupt the story there. But the interesting thing here is a skill set that had been dead for 20 years plus becomes viable again in a zero commission environment because commissions were a big part of the game back then and were up until not too long ago. So, you're going to hear people say level twos are useless, but it really just depends on their style of trading. Barry, are you listening out there? And to your question there, Circle, would I just flip my orb scan for short side? Yeah, and that's basically what we have going on down here. This is the long version of turbo brakes. This is the same filter set over here, but just looking for new lows. And of course, since these are pointed to custom lists, then it's only in my faves and any stocks that might have earnings, which that list is empty today. A couple of random weird stocks. Give me 1 second here, guys. Okay, I guess Barry is still hitting his workout.
Nope.
Oh, hi Barry. Hey, I just got the call, so I'm gonna have to hop, and I
Yeah, go
apologize.
ahead, Jamie. No problem.
Okay. Well, ladies and gents, thanks for listening to me ramble. I hope everybody has a good long weekend, and we'll see you guys next week. Thank you, Barry. We'll see you
Okay,
later.
no problem, Jamie.
Okay.
As you have a great long weekend.
You too. Bye bye.
I'm not going till 1 o'clock, so I am back now. Don't switch. Okay, don't switch. Okay, guys. So the PTEN, I'm barely in. The bid ask got to 11.99.12. I almost took it out, but I'm in at 11.90 on the short. So I'm going to it hits 12 again on the ask. I'm out. And let's see, anything happening here? Let's take a look at anything new. It's funny. The MRSN actually would have been a not a bad little short. There's the last alert, 341. Mike C in the house, YouTube house. So there's the alert, MRSN, early on in the day. It was inching its way down. 360. I'm trying to find out where the first one, first alert was. 362. Looks like 362 might have been the first alert. It says ride over and over and over again. As now it's pulled back a lot now, but boy, what a great there we go. So at 1039, 365, and now it is at what 340, 343. Not bad. I mean, on a percentage basis, not bad. This is though why I want to have the don't repeat. I'll have that set up for Tuesday. Remember, guys, market holiday on Monday. So this is why I'll have this don't repeat so I don't have to go through this exercise of trying to find where was the first alert. Okay, so this is a day in which the market is just kind of meandering. We've got a little chop up and down on the SPY. So no great direction, no great trend. Okay, so when the market is doing this is when I tend to look at my 20. Whoops, let me get rid of the announcement. My 20-day range low and my 20-day range high. That's when I tend to start looking at this as things are slowing down on the alert side, the pure alert side. To see if there might be something interesting. There's the rum. What's happening with the rum right now? So what I'm really looking for here is especially stocks, just above the whole number or below the whole number. That's kind of would be one of my favorites. So let's take a look at YPF as an example. This is ammonia, right? Something to do with Sociedad. And no, I always, I always want to say ammonia, but anonema. So YPF. So let's take a look at YPF and see what. Well, look at this. So 2-year high. You can tell it's a 2-year high, position in a 2-year range, 106%. So it is a 2-year high. Let's back it out and see what we see on the weekly chart, though. Right there, I'm going back to December of 2019. You know what? Okay, here we go. So we have to go back to August of 2019 before we see these sort of highs. So, I mean, do we really think that's, but you know what? It's got room. I mean, even if you look at it that way, $17. So I don't think there's a lot of resistance for YPF right now. Terrible echo. YouTube is lagging. Interesting. I'm not getting that from others, so hopefully it's only a you, Mark. Now YouTube lags on a 10-second delay, but that's sort of that's a YouTube deal. How about the rest of you guys on YouTube? Is there a terrible echo? Okay, so it might be on your end, Mark. Maybe what you should do is to make sure you're. No, not that that should have any bearing on the audio, but make sure you are on the 1080 resolution. Okay, make sure you've done that. Well, with that gear, make sure you check. I don't think that has anything to do with it, but the quality. Make sure your quality is at 1080p. That's on the obviously that's on the video side. Maybe what you should do is exit and come back in, or do a refresh of some sort. It seems it's only affecting you. Oh, well, okay. First of all, yeah, you can't be in both rooms, okay? If you are in both rooms, you'll definitely get an echo. If that was the issue. Now, my problem with this right now, though, is a little too extended. Okay. Now, where is the VWAP? It's over the VWAP. It's a little too extended right now. Best thing that could, for me anyway, if I'm going to take this YPF, maybe if it just even pulls back to the 14 level and kind of sits around here for a while and then pops up on volume. Market is closed on Monday. Yes, market is closed on Monday. Okay. Oh, obviously not in Europe, but there we go. So I am not getting too many new alerts, like a new symbol that I haven't seen before. I'm not getting too many of those. Hmm. Pretty boring right now, guys, with this market chop. We haven't seen a day like this for a while, where the SPY has kind of done this action. We used to see this all the time about, I don't know, a couple of months ago. Every day it seemed to be like this. If you're wondering again what you're seeing here, this is something I took in the pre-market. This is in the simulator. CCL. The reason I did it is because I've had several people ask me, well, does the Brokers Plus work in the pre-market? They were saying they cannot get it to work. I said, well, yes, it does, but so I decided to take this trade so that those people who have not been able to get it to work in the pre-market, just to show you that it does work. Okay. So execution was at 8:18 Eastern time. So, about an hour and 40 minutes before the market actually opened, or an hour and 20 minutes. Andrew Tate Green sparks Rumble's legal fight against Google's YouTube bias. All right. Well, so, okay, Rumble strikes back. So far, they haven't struck hard enough, obviously. This was the trade of the week, and it worked very well the first day. Very well. There was the Monday, the alert was there, the suggested entry was, I think, 10:43 or 46, something like that. On that day, it got up to 11:26, pulled back, closed just at 11. I actually did take that trade because I love the way it looked on the weekly chart. But since then, it's fallen on hard times. There is so in our YouTube room, is there a database of shared scans? No. There are probably tens of thousands of scans out there from all of our customers. I'm sharing my scans. I'm sharing a lot of my scans. Some of the other traders that show up between 12 and 1, they have some scans that they will share, but there is no giant database of scans. No. Now, there is this. I haven't looked at, well, I actually had to look at it a couple of days ago because somebody asked me about it. But so Keith, if you click on an alert window, right click on it and click on configure, okay? And then see where it says strategies. So these are ones that were created probably when the company started 20 years ago, 20 plus years ago. So you can see we've got some bullish strategies, new daily highs, new highs and double relative volume, new yearly highs. All of these, okay, you can take a look at all of these. These are bullish strategies. And then the flip will be the bearish strategies. This is basically taking all those other strategies and just flipping them. Okay. So there are some strategies here. Yes. Neutral strategies. I don't even know what they are. Sector breakout diversion. So there are some strategies here. Okay. And then I have my strategies. My scans. I hate my scans that I'm sharing. And of course, we've got a lot of scans in our toolbar. So, I mean, there are a lot of scans that you can take a look at. There's just not like a central repository of thousands of scans. I'm going to share the scan for gap down, please. Gap down, gap down. Which one are you talking about, Iris? Are you talking about the 20-day, the 20 range high low? Which one are you talking about? The gap down. Oh, okay. Yeah, you just have to go to my homepage. As always, I am sharing that. If you go to my homepage, it's a top list. Okay, so it's not an alert window. It is a top list window showing you stocks with certain filters that are certainly below the 20-day low. Okay, so Aries. Okay, if you click on my link, okay, and scroll down until you get to my scan section, and here they are: 20-day range high, 20-day range low. Okay, they're right here. These are not gapping down though. These are just stocks that are below the 20-day range or 20-day low. Okay, with other filters in place just to show you what those are. Well, if I right click configure summary, so I mean, again, as with any of my scans or any other scans, you can always adjust them, but my current volume is at least one. So I want it to be trading at least normally. The volume is at least 300,000 shares. It's down 2% from yesterday's close. And then it's below the 20-day low. Has to be at least, or could be right at it in theory. Okay. And then what I do is I sort on where they are in the day's range. That's that day's rate, the position in the day's range, because I want to see the stocks that are meeting all those requirements and that are near the low of the day. That's how I like to see it anyway. Okay. So there's DPG. Let's take a look at DPG. Yeah. So I mean, this is I don't know what the heck this is. Duff and Phelps Utility and Infrastructure Fund. I mean, some of them, but I don't usually look at the funds, and that's where I saw the YPF though. The YPF was at almost at the high of the day. In fact, it looks like it's at the high right now. And so, and Iris, as always though, when I click on the symbol, my next thing to do, look left. Where could it keep going? And I think with the YPF, we found that you'd have to go back to 2019, 4 years ago, before you found. I think the next high looking left was around 16. So consequently, that became something I would be interested in. I was just kind of hoping it would pull back a little because right now I just feel like I'm chasing it. Yeah, ride is getting a little interesting, perhaps. It's getting back over five, guys. So it's curled from 455 back over five. And what traders will be looking at is the fact that it did hit 677 or so. And so it obviously has some room. The next high looking left on the 15 is 543. You believe a little bit in the reversion to mean. The VWAP's at 573. So, a lot of people might think that okay, it might revert, get closer and closer to that 573. All right, guys. So this is really slowing down now. I haven't had one new alert for a while. Yeah, look at Prax. Look how ugly this is. Looks interesting on a weekly chart because it's got all this room, but look on the daily chart. Look at it, up, down, up, down, up, down, topping tails, bottoming tails. And you guys have been talking about this MNK. So because of the news, basically actively evaluating the company's capital needs. I think this is one of those U.S. companies that I may be wrong, but relocated to Dublin a few years back when trying to take advantage of some tax breaks. I think. I don't think this is. I may be wrong. Let's see who started it. Not terribly Irish names. Gustavo Malencrot and Otto and Edward. Oh, the brother. Oh, in 1867. Holy. So this is an old company. Wow. Yeah. So I think what happened is they moved their operations to Dublin or sort of a name only. Well, that's kind of sad, though. I mean, I know it's all to do with opioids, I guess. So I guess maybe we're not going to feel too sorry for them. But a company that was started in 1867. Okay, so ride. What I'm going to do with ride is stick an alert back up that high right here and see if it takes it out later on. 509. We had a little tempt or a little tease over the 5 level. And let's see if it gets back over that 5 level. Love to see some volume come in. What time is it now? It is 12:52. So this candle has another 7.5 minutes, or this volume bar, I should say, has another 7.5 minutes. Oh, Mike C, I thought maybe today would be the day that AI took out 50. Got close, 48 something, but then it took a bit of an elevator ride down. MK is a scam company with this Acthar gel. Okay. I'll take your word for it, William. Started in 1867. I wonder if this is one of these. You see all those old movies where the traveling medicine show, all the tonics, etc. You wonder if that's how they got really started. Not necessarily old movies, but just movies about that time period. So this CHRS just has showed up on the option plays. It showed up fairly late, 12:11, I think at 4:27. I don't think it appeared earlier. No, it did. No, wait a minute. I want to see if it appeared earlier. I don't think it appeared earlier. So say 12:11, that's the time. 4:27, the price, and it's just kind of inching its way down. No great move. Yeah, Mike, it would have been a blast having Coke in its early days. I don't mean like the drink. I got somebody, Mike C, in our YouTube room. Yeah, well, exactly. All those things were legal, guys. Opium, they were all legal. Now look at Chris here, CHRS, CHRS. Now the problem I got with it, I wish they were more like at 450 right now, and then the next lows were at 4. I would almost for sure take this, but I just have this feeling that the 4 level is going to hold it. So consequently, no go for me. Okay, this is just showing up, guys. I don't know if I have any shorts for it. FNGR, finger. Hmm. Let's take a look at finger, FNGR. Yeah, there are some shorts available. Probably not many. 21,000 at Interactive Brokers. Now, hmm, my problem, of course, is that it's so close to the whole number. I just have a tough time taking something so close to the whole number. I'd rather see it break down to about 195, but by then there may not be shorts left at Interactive Brokers. So that's the I just don't like to you know take these so close to a whole number. Okay, guys, this is an IPO that just launched. AZTR, AZTR. So $4 to $5. So it's around it's around the price. And only I think what happened is this was something that was supposed to launch a long time ago. So that's why anyway, bottom line is it's around the five level. Let's see if it really tears through. Now, what did BOF end up doing? Anything? No. Okay, so and that just got halted. AZTR just got halted. Oh, this is a downsized IPO. 1.5 million shares at 5. They were previously intended to raise 12 million. So okay, that's what happened. Yeah, because I must have put that 2.4 at 5 a long time ago. That's why you saw when the price alert showed up like this. I had the two of them. So that must have been the original thinking way back when, and probably delayed this IPO for months. And then they had to revise it, fewer shares, same IPO price, but raising a lot less money on a percentage basis anyway. So they've raised 7.5 million versus the 12 million they were hoping to. Okay, guys, I think I'll do my video now. Get that out of the way. Maybe just wait for this to open and see what sort of action we get from it. Okay, so here is the halt for AZTR 469. No big clue where it's going to open. A lot of times, when you see the same price, that's no clue at all. And again, this is from Interactive Brokers. Okay, this blue screen you see, window you see here. This has nothing to do with trade ideas. This is time and sales, Interactive Brokers. Yeah, I mean, I didn't take it because it didn't have any sort of a pullback for me, but for the YPF. Somebody said they were in the MRSN, and I mean, this has been an excellent play, excellent play. I think the original alert was around the 360 mark. So a stock that's gone from 363 down to 336. That's a great percentage move and fairly steadily. Nothing that should have got you out of the trade. Well, guess what, guys? I'll be watching my option plays now next week diligently. Okay, 12:59:06, so 104:06. That's when this will open if it's a 5-minute halt. So in less than a minute, this AZTR could open if it's a 5-minute halt. If it goes over five, guys, I mean that's the IPO. That was a suggested or the IPO's price. So I mean, if this pops over five, this could get interesting. Trade 22. I have no idea on that one. Somebody who might play options might have a better idea. I really don't know. Obviously, you'd have to look at historically what has happened, but I personally don't know. But there are people in the room that do play options. So options expire today, usually. So does that mean the market goes down next week? Okay, guys. So there it opened. It opened, and it did not pop through five. Okay, guys. I'm going to do my video now. So I will put all the rooms on mute. Let me get the announcement in first. Oh, what is it? 1304, 104, 105. So say should not be any later than 115, probably earlier. Okay, guys, so I'm on mute now. All right, guys, I'm back. All right, let's take a look at some of these things that are in here. So COHR, this was a big pop in the pre-market. Big pop in the pre-market, kind of chopped around a bit. Yeah, it's hard to know what to do with this one right now, so I'm going to take a pass on that. RNW 615. Okay, let's take a look at RNW and see if it's got anything interesting happening. Nope. Look left. I just see a lot of chop. I see highs very close, so I don't like it. ABCM. Hey, this has got some maybe some interest to it. Let's take a look at the monthly chart. All right, so the next high in the monthly chart is about $24. So it's got some room on the monthly chart anyway, and that is ABCM. Big break on the daily. So okay, so this is a huge rumor. Okay, jumps after disclosing takeover interest from multiple parties. Okay, also upgraded to a buy at Bank of America. So this is definitely a rumor stock. I would never be holding this one. Oof, that YPF just straight up. When did I first start talking about this? I think around 416 or so. Let's see what GGAL is doing. Aha. So these guys are linked, okay? A couple of Brazilian, sorry, excuse me. Oh man, anybody from Argentina will kick me here. A couple of Argentinian stocks, okay? So YPF and GGAL. So there's got to be something going on with these. I mean, maybe they're financing YPF. I don't know, or maybe Argentina as a whole. Maybe the country ETF. Anybody offhand know what the country ETF is for Argentina? I know I could look it up, but with our crack team of researchers, I'm sure somebody will come up with it. Country ETF for Argentina. Yeah, this looks like the not very much volume though. You can't really tell. This is the looks like I don't know if there's another one, but this is the Argentinian ETF, country ETF, but there's just no volume, so it's hard to really tell if there's something going on specifically to Argentina or just those two stocks. Yeah, you can beat Pepe to it. Now, OEC, let's take a look at OEC just underneath the whole number. Where is the next low looking left? Ugly though, ugly looking daily chart. But look at Ride, guys. They sort of teased us with that with a couple of breaks of five. Didn't really break freely away from five. Have my price alert set up here. Didn't take it out. Saves me from carving up my account just by taking trades ahead of time. Really, BRIC? Or that's an acronym for I was just going to say an acronym. I would not have guessed Russia. I would not have guessed Russia. I was thinking, okay, Brazil. Trying to think of other. Okay. Cool. Well, guys, any questions? I love this segment. My favorite segment of all time: toilet preparation manufacturing. YCB, YCBD. However, this is obviously categorized the wrong way. They're in the cannabis, toilet preparation manufacturing. Well, I know a while back, Argentina's inflation was like what 100% or something. Yeah, I would probably do everything in my power to not get categorized into the toilet preparation manufacturing sector. Oh, it is. It is, William. I mean, when you look at the profile, it says, well, cannabis, botanicals, etc. I don't know how it's getting categorized in here. Well, and FinViz, so even FinViz is a little bit late because it looks like they're completely into cannabis now, which makes sense. CBD in the name, or as a symbol. Well, actually, I guess drug manufacturer. I guess that makes sense too. Port AI underneath 4365. That's from Shady. Well, it's got room. I mean, I guess if it broke down through that, the next low looking left is 4123. So that's over $2 away. Take a look at that later, Denver. Okay, this one might be interesting. DYN. Okay, DYN underneath the whole number, showing up on the 20-day lows. The low over, well, wait a minute. The low here is 1091. So it's right at that low. That's on May the 2nd. Okay. And if it takes out that 1091, then the next low the day before was 1032. So if it can, get into the 1080s, I'll probably take this trade to see what happens. It through the 200-day moving average yesterday and now today again. And this is showing up. This is where I'm seeing it. DYN, well, DYN right there. So what I'll do, but it might be really slow. I mean, volume is only 353,000. It is double normal in terms of what it would normally be doing up to this time of day over the last 10 days. So it may not be dynamic enough, but let's just stick a price alert around 1086 and see if it gets down there. Ooh, okay, guys, questions? Any questions? This GGAL is actually showing up now on the options plays, but I just can't bring myself to take it. But look at that. Take a look at, well, that's a month. Let me take a look at the weekly chart. Probably don't see anything. Yeah, you have to go back, have to get a monthly chart up before you start seeing some highs. So it looks like it's right at the high of this month back here. 1689. Yeah, 1689. If it takes that out, the next high on a monthly chart is 1770. And that is for GGAL, GAL. Um, well, the volume itself is not. It's just sneaking in. My minimum volume is 2,000 contracts. Which for that company right now, that represents almost 5 times normal. I think that's what it is. Well, let me break one out. Oh, only 500 contracts. Interesting. 500 contracts. I would have thought I had more. Really hasn't been an issue, but Wow, this is slow. Yeah, this is super, super slow right now, guys. No new alerts coming in at all. Last alert here, 12:59 on the momentum up. So that's a little about half an hour ago. This one we had one at DPG. I think though, yeah, this is this crazy fund. Doesn't mean you can't trade it, I guess, but I remember the NBSE that was on the way up, wasn't it? Yeah, look at that. It was on the way up at 11:16, on the way down at 124. Shoot, that was shortable for me too. Now, anyway, 12,000 shares. Maybe here there weren't any shares available. All right, how did this AZTR end up doing when it came out of its halt? So, guys, yeah, I'm sticking an alert. I better do it right now. Stick an alert just over 5. That would be the high of the day. And see if later on it starts to run. Well, guys, I really have not much more to say. I'm just kind of waiting on the DYN to see if it takes out 1090 in a big way. Other than that, man, how ugly was this one? This SONN low of the day, 51 cents. High of the day, 120. Oh, okay. Oh, maybe. Okay. On the uptick rule, it's down more than 10%. It's just sneaking in to be down more than 10%. Well, you know what, guys? I've been sitting on shoot, I didn't get it. I was sitting on that DYN at 1084. The bid ask was 1084, 1085, and that was what it was doing. I'll try maybe one more time. Okay, well, I got some. I did get some of the DYN. I really wish I had it at 1084, but again, if you don't know what the uptick rule is, when a stock is down more than 10%, assuming there are shorts available, you normally, when shorts are available, you just go in at the bid and you'll get a fill. But if the stock is down more than 10%, you go in at the bid and you may not get an instant fill. There has to be some action at the ask and then going back to the bid. But you may be in a big queue of others that want to do the same thing. So I was able to get some. Actually, it wasn't as bad as I thought. I was trying to get it at 1084, so I got some at 1081 and 2, or 1080 and 1081, I guess. So if it gets right back up there, I'm out. Well, earnings have been winding down, have wound down. We have the odd one, but never fear, they'll start again in about a month. Let's take a look at AA. You know, William hates it when I do that, but July 19th. So in about a month, earning season will start again. Yeah, between now and then, you would think that we, start to get some of the low cappers. 'Cause there's not much else to trade for most people. On DYN. Okay, I'll just stare at you for a while. It's not halted. No, it's just slow as molasses. Weeks. It's not halted. The question was, is DYN halted? No, it's just slow, slow, slow. If it gets into the low 60s, I'll be happy. And you can see, I mean, look at this. It's just sort of sitting there. 1069, 1072. The last trade at 1070 at 1336, 136. So there hasn't been a trade. Oh, there's one. Come on. Here's one. When you're in a rapidly moving stock, this is obviously way more active. Ah, here we go. Here we go. Any sort of a bump, though, I'm going to get out, but I want to see if this can maybe get into the 50s. That's okay, Weeks. You can donate to your favorite charity. As I say, guys, I turn to this when I think things are getting a lot slower with my alerts, and I just turn to this and see if I can find something. Usually can find something. Good man, local animal shelter. Good man. Always like to see a fellow pet lover. Could happen. We're at 1062, 1065. We need that bid to drop into the 50s. Well, that's actually what I thought he meant, William. I mean, the fact that same continent. Okay, look at this. Come on, 1059, 1065, but we need that ask into the 50s. This is the DYN, or yeah, the DYN. Okay, while I'm waiting, I'm going to create a link for the test drive 25. Okay, I'm going to create a link for that. So give me a moment as I'm waiting to see if this DYN can legitimately get into the 50s. All right, there we go. I created it. Okay, so give me a moment. All right, 5461 weeks. We're getting close. We're getting close. All right, let's see if this works. Okay, so I just put a link in called Test Drive June 25% off promo. So if I click on it, hopefully you're going to see, there you go. So here is a promo code. So that's what you can do. And look when it goes to. You have 14 days, 13 hours, 14 minutes, 19, 18 seconds, 17, 16 seconds. Okay, so basically to the end of the month. Okay, and there's your test drive sale. So again, I would appreciate it if you use that link if you're going to take on a subscription, or if you go to my homepage, you can take the subscription from within my homepage. All I'm waiting for on the DYN is for the ask to get into the 50s. But this has been pretty good, considering a sleepy afternoon right now. This has been. I'll take trades like that. Okay, I think three kisses. Okay. It's funny because I was grumbling because I couldn't get my fill at 1084 and I almost yanked it. I said, but then it got down to that 1082, 83 level. I said, okay, let's put it back in, and got an okay fill with, not a bad number of shares. I could have taken Kava. I'm sure I could have. Man, I could have taken YPF. Was it Dan? I think was it Dan? Somebody named Dan took YPF. Look at this. Look at it. Wow. What a run. What a run. And this is actually, this is now showing up in the option scanner. Huh. So these two Argentinian stocks showing up in the option scanner kind of late in the day, because I don't think they were early. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they were not early. I think the first alert. I mean, pretty late now, but understand that the filters weren't met then. So certainly we saw this earlier in the 20-day range, but If you're wondering, well, why is it so late? It's because all the filters were not met. No, it's not Father's Day. No, it's Juneteenth. It's sort of the. I think last year was the first year that the markets were actually closed. I think the holiday was established. I think this is the third year of it. A year of it. I think last year was the first year it was closed. The market. Look it up. Oops. Okay. All right, guys. If you're in this DYN with me now, 1050, 1056. Mm-hmm. I want to see you better show me a check, Weeks. You better come into the main room so I can see a check that's made out to some your local animal shelter. Hey, cover. Whoa, good cover. Well, we said into the 50s, a little bit left, not much. Okay, well, at least that was a little bit of excitement for me anyway. Sleepy Friday afternoon. And how close did it get? The bid was 1050. How close did it get to this? Still had a little ways to go. The next low was about 1028, 1032. Done. No, I have a little bit. I have a little bit left. Sorry, Weeks. I have a little bit left. Not much though. I said, look, if it gets into the mid 50s, I'm going to be very happy. So, wow, sure would have been happier though. Look at the YPF guys. Look at this YPF. Is there any news on this one? These two Argentinian stocks. I don't see any news on this. Unfortunately, the test drive is over, Pepega. Okay, the test drive is it's officially over, I think on Tuesday. So you will have to wait till the next one. I don't know when the next one will be. We used to have them once a quarter, but the last one before this one was back in October, so I have no idea when the next one's going to be. Now, I mean, if you feel, I mean, you can always take out a monthly subscription. It'll cost you about with the discount, with the 25% off, I think it'll cost about $85. And you could try us for a month. And if it's not a subscription. I shouldn't call it a subscription. You can cancel anytime. Hey, this was an early alert from my 10-day daily breakdown. Is breaking down again, NVEI. Can I short a Canadian stock? Do I want to do that? Montreal, my hometown. I don't know. Bad karma. Um, where's the next low looking left? Hmm. Oh man, it's got room. 25 on the weekly chart. This is yeah, 25.52. It's got $3 on the weekly chart. Hmm. 200,000, 217,000 shares available at Interactive Brokers. Yeah, do I want to do this? What's the spread? 59.63, not bad. All right. Well, argument to be made. All I'd have to do is take some and put my stop at 28.70. That's where the original alert happened, way back here at 9:31. All right. Well, let's see if it works. They do. All right. Let's put a price alert a little bit lower. See if I can induce it downwards. Okay, guys. Sorry about that. I'm following an internal conversation, and this is my little sound alert on this is the pig grunting. So every time I hear a pig grunt, I'm hoping that it's a NVEI. And this is what I'm talking about. Click on the properties, actions, and pig, where you can put a sound alert on or different alert windows. So when you hear a specific sound, you know which window to look at. Every time NVEI makes a new low, and that's what's happening right now, no, penny by penny. So weeks, if you took that one, and it makes good money for you, I expect you to build a new wing at the animal hospital. Okay, you've intrigued me with the cava, CAVA. Let's see if it, what's the spread like on this? Actually, not bad. 390, 39, 90, 94, not bad at all. Well, argument to be made if it takes out 40. I mean, the high of the yesterday was 48. Well, Shady, you've actually piqued my curiosity. I know you typed in IEN, or that's what happened. How is Carl's stock doing? IEP. Haven't looked at that one for a while. So, yeah, I mean, it was on a nice little run from $20 almost up to 30, actually 31. Nice run. And now it's starting to give it up again. IEP. Come on. So I'm saying, guys, these are all like watch lists. I mean, you never know out of nowhere. I mean, the NVEI was a really, really early alert at 9:31, 28.70. I rarely take trades in the first 15 minutes, so I just completely forgot about it. But the minute it made a new low here, right there, 28.60, 28.69 at 151. All right. We got the alert again. I mean, there's no way it's going to get down to 25, but today anyway. Look at this. What a bunch of weeks it's had though. Guys, I think I'll probably wrap up at about 3 today, if that's okay. I mean, I'll always say if there are more questions, I'll say as long as there are questions, but I think I go to about 3:20. I think I might wrap up at about 3, if that's okay. Another hour left. I haven't looked at Bitcoin for several weeks. BITO. Let's take a look at what the Bitcoin, well, a Bitcoin ETF. I call it a Bitcoin ETF anyway, BITO. Ugh, choppy, choppy, choppy. A lot of option volume for BITO, 38,000 contracts. Basically kind of normal, 1.1 times normal. One more into the 30s with you. All right, guys, I'm just kind of waiting on this NVEI, see if I can get into, say, the low 40s. Yep. Little pop here. I'm at the low 30s. It actually got into the low 40s. Yeah, might have got too greedy. Okay, guys, listen, I'm going to just put myself on mute for a bit. I mean, if you have any questions, I'll hop right back on the mic. Otherwise, I'll just, whoops, put myself on mute. Things I can do within Trade Ideas, answer some emails. Okay, well, Martin, that'll be a function with E-Trade then. It's nothing to do with Brokerage Plus. That will be an E-Trade function. There, I don't know if you have to be permitted to trade in the pre-market. Usually there's a selection within your broker that allows you to trade pre and post. Okay, it's some kind of a box you check. That's got nothing to do with Brokerage Plus though, as far as I know. The question was Brokerage Plus. Brokerage Plus Plus Brokerage Plus works with my E-Trade during market hours, not pre and post market. So yeah, you've got to do limit orders. You cannot go in a like a market orders. But also, I think with most, isn't there like a box to check or something to allow pre and post? I don't know. I can't remember anymore because and I haven't changed anything in Interactive Brokers for 8 years, 7 or 8 years. So, but it's not Brokerage Plus that is preventing you from trading in the pre-market. So for instance, you see how it says, let's just take 100 shares of this, okay? And you see where it says market, you have to change that to limit in the pre-market. And that's every broker. Nothing to do with a Brokerage Plus. You just can't go in with a market order. You're welcome. You guys, back on mute. Again, don't be shy. If you have any questions, ask away. Okay, Leanne, that is probably, I don't know if that's a bug, probably a bug in the beta version. Are you talking about in the web-based chart? I don't use that option, but let me just see. Where is it even? Select chart style, display prior day close. Okay, so that little line is the previous day's close. There it is. Okay, so obviously it stays in the non-web-based version. Very slowing down too. So you're talking about in the web-based. I'm reluctant to try a web. What I'll do is I'll take a new chart. Hopefully I don't get hung up. Okay, now, well, I should get onto a daily chart. Does it even appear? Oh, you're not on the web-based version. Okay, so I'm not on the beta that you guys have. Maybe Pepe. Pepe, are you on the beta? You're always on the beta. Oh, you're not talking about the web-based version, which I don't think it exists on the web-based version. Not yet anyway. So can you put the previous day's close, Pepe, on a daily chart with the beta? Right click and select chart style and display previous day's close. So there it is. So you can. Okay, Leanne, what are you doing? Yeah, so I'm on a development version, so but I can see the line is definitely there. There's the close and I'm cycling through. So maybe okay. Oh, of course, as you know, you can pick the color you want. And you're sure it's just not showing up, you just can't see it. Well, I just changed it to a pretty dark blue. Yeah, so I don't know how to help you. I mean, if Pepe and if Pepe says that he's using the beta and he's able to create that line and he can cycle through different charts and he can see the previous day close, and you've said okay, right? I mean, I think you have to make sure you have to say okay or something. You said okay. Hey, weeks. Look at NVEI. It popped up. I actually was going to take it out, but I decided to keep it. And hey, so no line in any of the charts. You're using the latest beta. I don't know how to help you. You might have to go to our True Tech support because if Pepe cannot create it and he's using the same version you are. And what about the background of your chart? I mean, is it? I mean, I'm just trying to think of anything why it's not showing up. Are you saying no lines at all? So if you right click and go to um, markup, like markup, and create and a horizontal line, you're not seeing a horizontal line either. How about like a chart markup? If you right click and you go to markup, and pick a horizontal line. She says she isn't. Oh, you know what? I asked if she's using the web-based version. What I meant was, are you using the web-based version of our chart? So right click on the chart and is checked use browser interface? Is that checked? Use browser interface, is that checked? I should have phrased that better. I think maybe you thought I meant, are you using the web-based version of our software? I meant the web-based version of our chart. Because that doesn't work on it doesn't work on the okay, so get rid of that. Just uncheck it. Okay, uncheck it. Then it'll work. These are the new upcoming charts. Okay, they're web-based charts. All those sorts of things that you said don't work, they will work eventually. Okay, so just uncheck that, and so I apologize. I thought I didn't ask the question correctly. Okay, and you can, if you have a bunch of charts, just do this. Go to tools, options, and you see where it says charts? And that's why they did this because, some people are not able, well, some people don't necessarily like the HTML charts right now. So you can uncheck that, okay? And then you'll have, call it the normal charts. So you don't have to go to each individual chart and do that. So just uncheck that, use picture in picture browser charts, okay? And don't forget to save it. Another catastrophe avoided. Thank you, Pepe. Oh, retail went negative. Okay. XRT went negative. How about XLF or XL? Yeah, XLF. So retail went negative. Okay. Market's basically flat. Take a look at XLF. That was the big one. Yesterday. All right. Just sitting on it. Just sitting on it. Tell you what, weeks, if we get into the 30s here for the NVEI, Low was right here at 28.41 at 204. What are we now? 232. So there was the low, 28.41. I'm waiting for the little pig sound, which will let me know. Well, it won't necessarily be NVEI, but that'll mean that hopefully it'll make a new low. All right, guys, I'll put myself back on mute, but yeah, ask questions. You have any questions, don't be shy. Yeah, something's happening with Ball. BALL. Now look, it looks more dramatic than it is. 53.81, 50. Well, that's not bad. 55. See if there's anything. Ah, exploring a sale of its aerospace business for more than $5 billion. There you go. High goods. Not talking to you after you slurred me. As I do all the time, goods, all the time. Hey guys, one last, well, you know what I'll do? I will just put you guys want to take out a subscription. This is the link you can use. Okay. Test drive 25. Test drive June 25% off promo. And as always, if you save my homepage, lots of information is there. So I'll just put my homepage link in again. Okay, guys, I think I will wrap it up. I know I said three, but it's about 3 minutes too. So, well, I don't see, listen, if there's another question, I'll certainly stick around. But if I don't see any questions in the next minute or so, I think I'll wrap it up. Remember, Monday is a market holiday in the United States. So the markets are not open, okay, in the United States. You too, Leanne and others. Okay, so I don't see any other questions. So room will open Tuesday, not Monday, but Tuesday. Okay, guys, I don't see any other questions. So yeah, have a great long weekend, everybody. We'll see you Tuesday morning. We'll open the main room no later than 8. You guys can talk amongst each other between 8 and 9, and I'll get live on the mic at 9 o'clock for all the rooms. Okay. So see you then. Bye-bye. And now for the YouTubers.